Okay, everybody, welcome to CakeFest 2024. We are here in Luxembourg. We are excited to be here. We've got a long day of workshops today. I'm going to introduce Larry Masters. He's going to come and welcome everybody. Whether you're here with us in Luxembourg or you're watching the stream, thank you so much for joining us. So let's welcome Larry.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to say hi, welcome. I don't talk too much. I don't know if many of you know that or not, but we have speakers this year coming from the US, Spain, Austria, Canada, Germany, Luxembourg, of course, Lithuania, the Netherlands, France, and there's more. Again, thanks everybody for coming. If you want to talk to me later, I better one-on-one than being in front of a group of people, all right? Thanks.
He's right. We have speakers from all over, so I'm really excited to get started. I have just a few notes for you. If you haven't already, whether you're here or watching the stream, please join our CakePHP Slack channel. We also have a CakeFest specific channel there. We're going to be monitoring that for comments and questions and answering Q&A there. You'll be able to ask the speakers questions. We are also going to be, this will be tomorrow, but we're going to be doing like a core panel chat, and if you have some questions for them, personal or things about CakePHP, then you can kind of start thinking about those and post those in the chat tomorrow. If you are posting on socials, please hashtag CakePHP and CakeFest, because we're going to be doing some giveaways. We're going to pick some random winners who are hashtagging and we can find you. So make sure if you're posting about watching the stream or what you're enjoying about it that you hashtag so we can see that. I do want to mention some of our sponsors. Of course, our platinum sponsor every year, Cake Development Corporation. You'll see the team here working. You can look them up, cakedc.com, for all of your development needs. And also our diamond sponsor, Passbolt, who has made all of this possible. They have done a lot of work with our team this year, and we cannot thank them enough. We wouldn't have been able to put this awesome event on without them this year. But let's get started. I know we've got a long day, so I'm going to introduce our first workshop host, and you know him, especially if you've done CakePHP trainings. He's the VP at CakeDC, and everybody welcome Jorge Gonzalez.
Hello, everyone. First, I would like to say that thank you for having me again. It's an honor to be here working on the workshops this year. I'm excited about the workshop this year because there are going to be a little bit of changes. Hopefully, I have a column in the middle, so I'm going to try to put in a place that everyone can. It's a bit complicated. So I'm going to tell you now. So first, let me start by the book. It's going to be a 3 hours session workshop. We're going to have a break in the middle. So we're going to have a small break in the middle. So if all the workshop contents are intended to be followed. So I'm going to share now. If you see there is a link here with the code, I'm going to show you now so you can actually follow from scratch the objective. Sorry, there is a bit of Larry, could you turn it down a little bit? Okay. Good. So sorry about that. So then, again, it's going to be a 3 hour session. We are going to do quickly CakePHP project setup from scratch, and we are going to try and build a plugin together. This plugin is going to be a report builder. I'm going to explain a little bit the objectives we're going to follow, but the idea of this plugin is to, the idea of the whole workshop is going to be aimed to people who is starting with the framework or at an intermediate level. So maybe some of you the concepts are already familiar with, that's fine. If you want to raise your hand and add questions or comments about the code is not production grade, of course, so it is intended to be easy to read and to follow. And also the whole workshop is intended to be followed by you. So the idea is that I'm going to share a link with all the code that we are going to use today in order. So we both can follow the same code, you on your computers if you want, and I'm going to follow it here. It's not mandatory that you follow the workshop, of course, but if you want, you can follow from scratch. You can just copy all the code in order. I'm going to explain all the code that is what it's going to do, and we can talk about the code if you have questions, etc. And you will see how that works in the screen, right? So here you have the code. Let me open that. So if you go to GitHub, Stanko, CakeFest 2024, this link here, you will see this is a repo. The repo has a link to the slides, if you want to follow the slides. It also has a link to the step-by-step, which is what I'm going to follow in the session today. And also, it provides all the code in a finished state. If you change to the Workshop 1 branch, this is the project fully working as intended. So if you want to skip 3 hours, you can just check out that branch and run it. So the thing is, going back to the master branch, which is basically a blank project set up from scratch from CakePHP, you can follow the contents as we are going to follow from here. So if you see, this is the link to the slides, and this is the link to the step-by-step, which I'm going to follow from now on. You see, the format of this document is going to be easy to follow. Basically, it's linking the slides with the code that we're going to do in the workshop. And the initial step is going to be setting up a project from scratch, which we are going to do, hopefully, very quick. Then, this is me, in case you want to contact me. And as we discussed already, the introduction for the workshop, the next step will be setting up the development environment. So you can set up your environment as you want. In case you want to use native PHP, that is fine. In case you want to use Docker Compose, Vagrant, Lando, whatever other method, it's okay. In this workshop, I'm going to use ddev, right? This is a tool that we use frequently at CakeDC, and it's very convenient for set up your development environment if you don't like to deal directly with a Docker Compose file, which is usually pretty easy for CakePHP projects, but just in case you want some automation and tools on top of that, ddev will help you on that. So if you set up, you have the setup instructions here for ddev that you can follow. You can set up ddev in every environment, in Windows, Linux, or whatever. And I already set up ddev in my machine. So the next step we're going to do is to create a CakePHP 5 project skeleton from scratch. So if you see, this is going to be point number 1, ddev config, and this is going to be the project setup. So I'm going to do that now in the screen. I'm going to put a very big font, but if it's not readable, just let me know. So first thing is I'm going to do composer, create project, CakePHP, app. And we are going to name the project CakeFest 24. Okay. So this is basically creating a new project, downloading the CakePHP app repo from GitHub, and then running the post install script, and obviously as well downloading all the dependencies using Composer. Now we have a blank new project in the CF24 folder. This project, as you can see, I'm going to use PHP Storm on this folder. I didn't see it. I didn't say it yet, but it's okay to stop me anytime and ask whatever you want. So.
What was the command? Composer create project and then?
Composer create project and you name it, whatever you want. I use CF24 because it's CakeFest 24, and I don't want to type things, so it's a shortcut. But you can name it as you want, or just leave it as app. That's fine as well. Good, so we have a blank new project created. It's a CakePHP application skeleton coming from GitHub, as we said just now. And the next step would be setting up a development environment that can be done using ddev. So ddev config. This is the command that will run ddev and generate a configuration for the project, okay? So it will ask for a project name. I'm going to use the default. Ask for a web root location. I'm going to use the default. Auto detect to the framework, that is CakePHP. And you're good to go. Now you have a fully working, isolated development environment for this project. So tweaking this configuration a little bit, if you see there is a new folder, .ddev. In this new folder, you have a config.yaml file. And you can see here the main configurations you can tweak for CakePHP. In this case, the PHP version is correct for me, but I'm going to change the database to use MySQL. Okay? You can pick the database and version you want to use. There is a lot of other configuration that you can tweak and customize. I'm not going to get into details with this because this is a very basic setup. But if you have a non-basic setup, then you can use this tool to tweak whatever you need. So once you have this done, you can launch the development environment using ddev start. Okay, starting the containers. Because you're in the Wi-Fi now, if it is the first time you use ddev, it will take some time to download the required containers. Good. So now we have everything in place. A couple things you can notice from the setup is we have HTTPS configured in our local environment by default, so we don't need to handle that. We have two URLs that we can use to access the site, one using localhost and a port, and another one with a fake domain name. Those domain names are configured in your browser using nkcert, but this is part of the ddev configuration. When you set up ddev for the first time, there is a command you need to run in case you want to have out-of-the-box SSL configured in your local environment. So if you open the site, you will see that we have a CakePHP 5 working environment. It's here, loaded in the cf24.ddev.site, and everything is green. Everything is green because CakePHP was auto-detected, and there is a custom configuration that was injected into CakePHP to make it work properly with the database and the rest of the references. So this is actually a plugin that was contributed by Alejandro there in the back to ddev a couple months ago. So if you look at the configuration, you will see here in your project that you have a config folder, and this .env is configured for you by ddev. This is basically what makes everything wired together, so you can have access to the database out of the box, and the rest of the basic configurations for CakePHP, like the security salt and so forth, right? Actually, it's using the safe TLD, but we might need to force enable a debug kit later. We can see that in a bit. So what I'm talking about is once you have your CakePHP application up and running, the next thing you probably want to do is to have the bucket enabled. In this case, the bucket is not here yet. So I'm going to tweak the configuration in the app local to force enable the bucket, which is around here. Actually, you won't have this problem if you use the localhost link, which is another option. DDEV should be around somewhere in the back. But let me enable that. One sec. Okay, so I'm going to do the bucket. Okay, so now we have DDEV. Now we have the bucket running. This is going to be useful later, possibly. So it's good to have it for development. Great. So that's it. I mean, this is 12 minutes project setup for CakePHP. Okay? And explained. So if you do it without explanation, it could be like 2 minutes. Good. Any questions? Nope. Excellent. So this is the DDEV configuration we already did. Another thing I usually do, even if you can access the database via console, because later we will want to see the contents of the database or do something in the database by hand. So you have a couple commands that you can use, like DDEV MySQL, right? Getting into the database right away. But if you prefer, if you're in a workshop and you don't want to use the console, maybe it's more appealing to install PHPMyAdmin. DDEV is shipped with a list of plugins that you can install. Put this bigger. Okay, and one of the plugins is PHPMyAdmin, this one. So I'm going to do DDEV get that, and then DDEV restart. So we can have PHPMyAdmin in place. There are some other plugins, and actually there is a local email relay server that comes installed by default and configured. So when you send email from CakePHP, it will go to that local relay server. Sorry. Great, so now we have the dev PHPMyAdmin. Which will show you an empty database because we have nothing yet, right? The database DB has nothing, right? We are going to import a database into it. And we also have a DDEV launch to launch the project, and we also have DDEV launch-m to launch the MailPit server where you collect all the emails that you send using the application, in case you send emails. We are not going to send emails today, but great. So that's it. DDEV config done. The next thing we're going to do is we are going to use some example database so we can build or bake an application around it, and then use the report builder plugin that we are going to create today to actually report on some data. So I created some fake data using this database. You have the file here. CakeFest. So if you want to import this file, you can use PHPMyAdmin or the command line if you want, whatever. I'm going to download the file first, like this. And then I'm going to use the dev import db, and the name of the database is db.sql. So I get the database imported. I can go now to phpMyAdmin and refresh the page, and you see this is going to be the example application we're going to use to play with today. So this example application is actually a subset of the tables from Redmine. Redmine is a ticketing system we use and our clients don't like. So nobody understands what's going on there inside. But we still use it, and it kind of works for us. So we keep using it, and we are resilient with Redmine. So this is a very small subset of tables. We have issues and projects and time entries. Basically, these three tables are the ones that I'm going to use as an example today for reporting, right? And the first thing we're going to do is we are going to actually bake an admin prefix set of CRUDs for my application using this command. We're going to bake everything, and we're going to use an admin prefix. So we have that protected under the /admin path, right? This is the command we're going to use now. So how can I run commands in my development environment? I can either go here and do dev exec, for example, or I can do dev cake and run cake right away. Or I can do dev ssh and then get into the container, and then inside do whatever you want, right? So you can pick the flavor you want to use. I usually like to get into the container, just that, and then I'm gonna bake all the tables with a prefix admin, right? So this command will go to the database that is already connected, read all the tables, generate the table class, the entity class, controllers, templates, etc., everything, right? And set it everything inside of an admin prefix. Is anyone here not familiar with prefixes in routing? Everybody's familiar with it? Okay. So I'm not going to take time here explain that then, and what I'm going to do is just to fix the routes for prefixes, because the admin prefix is not set up out of the box when you create the application from scratch, and those controllers are not accessible. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my configuration, my application configuration. I'm going to go to the routes configuration, and I'm going to create a routing for the prefixes I just created. Basically, if you see, I'm going to use this chunk of code to define a prefix admin, which is the same we just created. And then this builder fallbacks is going to create a number of routes to match, using conventions to match the name of the controller with the controller and index, edit, view, delete, etc. So I'm going to do that here. Under, for example. Good. Sorry, it should be outside. Okay, so now we have an admin prefix, meaning if we go to the application and we try for admin projects, we should go to the projects, right? This is the basic CRUD CakePHP is generating for the projects. No mysteries here. You're possibly already familiar with this, so I'm not going to stop and explain. But the difference in this case is that we opted for an admin prefix because those CRUDs in the future, we don't want them to be accessible, or we want them to be accessible in development, and we want a quick way to remove them in the future. Maybe we want to have that for some time while we develop the project, to have the CRUDs for manual editing the tables or so. And then in the future, we are not planning to have CRUDs at all. And this is a convenient way to have them all in the same place so you can delete them in the future. So, yeah. Coming for the next step would be, well, we already configured the application, discussed about the dev init, imported the database, and then baked everything. So the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna bake a new plugin. So the intention of the workshop is to work mostly inside of the plugin folder for it, and we're gonna try that the plugin is gonna be as generic as possible without being production grade. I mean, we are not aiming to release this plugin, so some of the things are not gonna be done in a configurable way, which is what you usually need to think about when you release a plugin for the public, right? But at least we will try to use dependencies only from inside of the plugin, and we'll also try to reduce interactions with the main applications as much as possible, right? So first, about plugins in CakePHP. If you are not aware of this resource, you should go and check it out, which is the awesome CakePHP list. Just as a matter of remembering that this is a very valuable resource for everybody working with CakePHP, because it is a curated list of plugins that you can search. So usually when you need something for your application, you can go to this page and search for it. Oh, I want slugs. Oh, there are 2 plugins for slugs. So I can go check one of these 2 and select the one I would like to use. We're going to use this one later, by the way. So yeah, it's a valuable resource in case you were not aware of that one. Then for plugin setup and configuration, we will set up the slug plugin later today. So we will have some some example to do the setup. So we're going to talk now about the report builder, which is the plugin we're going to build today. It's going to be basically, these are going to be a couple screenshots of the plugin that we want to build, so you can have an idea of what's going to be what we're going to do. We are going to have an index with all the reports we have in the system. We will be able to create a new report. We will be able to edit the associations of a given report. So when you create a new report, you see we are going to use a starting table. So we're going to use a starting table existing in the application, and then we are going to inspect that table and pull all the associations to that table so we can define what associations we want to contain into the report, right? And then we will also be, we are also going to navigate those associations. So it's going to be like a tree that you click and go down all the associations needed, so you can contain recursively the associations into the report. Once you define the associations, you will be able to select the columns you want to put on the report based on the associations you just selected. And then the last part of the workshop will be dealing with filters in the report. We are going to use only the main table for now to filter, because we could extend that easily to use all the belongs to associations, but for now we are going to use the main table to add filters to the report, and we are going to create 2 types of filters, and if we have the time, a third type of filter that will handle filtering by association. The 2 types of filters we're going to work with are going to be integer filters, like this one here, and date filters. We are going to use relative dates, like this week, this month, last month, right? So you can actually create filters for a given report, and then execute the query, and the query will manage all those filters and run everything, run the contain, select the columns, apply the filters, and provide a result. And the result is going to be something like this, which is going to be the set of the columns and the data for everything, applying all the filters you want to go. Okay, so that's it. Let's go. First thing we're going to do is to bake a new plugin, which is going to be the report builder. Let's do that. We're going to bake the report builder plugin. So, not that. It's my fault. Yeah. I can actually do this. Okay, much better. So we're going to build a report. We're going to build a report builder plugin, and using the bake command, it's basically generating a bunch of files. Sorry, my voice is not very well today. Good. So now we have a structure for the report builder. If you look at your project, you have a new folder here on the top under plugins, plugins, report builder. You can see for CakePHP, sorry. Okay, so you can see for the CakePHP plugins, the structure is similar to the main application. So you can see there is a source folder, tests, web root. Inside of the source, you can add additional controllers, additional models, tables, entities, etc. All these things are going to be reusable into different different applications. When you create an application plugin, which is like this, you will see that the plugin is actually created inside of the structure of the application. That is usually the first step. Once you have your plugin polished, you can think about extracting all the files and putting that in an external repo, and then share the repo in GitHub so others can download your plugin and use it, right? In that case, in this case, this plugin will live here inside of the plugins folder because we have no intention to share the plugin with others, but also the plugins folder in session can be used to split and isolate your existing application. So a bigger application can be split into smaller concept or smaller packages that you handle in isolation inside of the application. So the plugin is not only for reusability, it is also for maintainability of your code. So if you have for example, if you have an invoicing area in your application and you feel that this is becoming too big, or you want to split it because you want to assign this work to some group of developers or some developer, then you can use the plugin as a concept to apply that strategy and say, okay, I'm going to create an invoicing or an invoices plugin, and I'm going to do everything related with invoices there inside. Okay. Sorry about that. So we have a new plugin created, and our next step is going to be tweak routes and the initial configuration for the plugin, because when you create a plugin, you can see there is inside of the source, there is a main plugin file. This plugin file will help you to tweak how the plugin is going to be integrated into your application and define some defaults. Some of the defaults you can define, for example, you can define a customized bootstrapping and also routes. In my case, I'm going to change the routing instead of report builder, which is too long. I'm going to use RB, okay? Just for typing less during the session. And also, another thing you can do with the plugin is to inject middlewares or additional middlewares into your main application, which is useful for configuration. Right? So how can we start with the development of the plugin? We're going to start with a migration because we want to define new tables to store the reports that we are going to create. So this is what we are going to do. Let me go to the notes. You can see here, yeah, we fixed the path. Some people like this, some other people doesn't like it to generate migrations inside of plugins. We, in CakeDC, what we actually do is to, when we use a plugin inside of an application, we copy the migrations from inside of the plugin to the main application. So when the migrations are run, we don't need to remember to run migrations from specific plugins, but we run migrations for the whole application, and it works and saves a lot of time in development. So other people use this migrate script, for example, in the root of the project, so they remember when they need to run migrations, because sometimes the order is important. So you run migrate shell script, for example, and then you run migrations for the application, or for plugin 1, plugin 2, plugin 3, whatever, right? Doesn't matter. So you can pick your own method to don't forget to run migrations, because it's not going to work. So this is a new blank migration we just created inside of the plugin. So you can go to migrations, initial, and we're going to create the first table we want to have in our plugin. So if we follow the notes, we're going to create a new table, and the table is going to be RB_reports. Usually when we work with plugins and the plugins need specific assets, or in this case tables, it is important that we aim not to collide with maybe existing tables in the main application, right? So one method is prefixing the tables. I typically opt for adding a small prefix using the name of the plugin to every table we create, so you don't have problems with future applications maybe having a reports table already, right? So I'm going to create a reports table with 3 columns: name, created, and modified. And then I'm going to save the migration like this. So running this migration will create a new table, right? So let's do that. I'm going to do bean, cake, migrations, migrate, login, report builder. And it executed the migration correctly. You see here the migration executed and the timestamp, the time used, etc. And now if you go to the database, you will see here that we have a new table, RB reports, which is empty and has only a name. Okay, not a big deal, but it's a process, right? So I wanted to show like starting with something and then increasing it later. So we start with a report who has a name. The next thing we're going to do is bake tables, bake everything for that report. Let me show you here the command, because in this case, I don't need this. In this case, we have a particular case, which is we want to create a table for we want to create a table class for a table with a different name. I don't want my table to be called RB reports. It's I want them to be named as reports, right? So I can use this customization in Bake, so you can actually pass the name of the table here, right? And then the name of the table class you want to use. So if we do it this way, we are going to be able to bake a new table, which is going to be called reports instead of RB reports. So if you go there, you will have a new table, an entity, and you see the table is baked correctly to use set table RB reports. Okay. So this is the first thing we're going to bake. The second thing we're going to bake is going to be a controller for it, then templates for it, and then see what happens. Now we have a controller and templates. So now my reports can be accessible using the site RB, which is the path we configured for the report builder plugin, and then reports, which is the name of the controller. That's it. If I want to create a new report, we only have a name. So we not only want a name, we also want a starting table. So now we want, or we need to refactor the table, add a new migration, and add a new column. So let's do that. I'm going to create a new migration. And the new migration will have this content to create a new column to my reports table. Right? So for the RB reports table, we are creating a new column, starting table. I'm going to run the migration and get it done. So after running it, if you see, you won't have it here because we would need to rebake the templates for it. So we can just rebake everything. We are at the beginning of the project, so I can change the table and the controller and the templates. So now we get a name and the starting table. Good. Actually, we should be able to save this, like a test, and submit, and we have this. Okay. It's doing nothing, so we're going to do something now. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to add a bit of validation to the report, because we don't want to put everything in the starting table. We want to actually ensure that the table exists, right? So we don't start with a table that does not exist in our application. So this is the next step we're gonna do. I'm gonna grab this code to add validation for the new column we added, the starting table. If you look at the reports table, you see here in the method validation default, this is the set of rules that we are going to use to validate the data before it gets saved, actually when the new entity is created or patched, right? So you see validation rules are methods. We have a wide range of methods in the validator that you can explore following this class, for example. This is a big class here with a lot of different methods like not alphanumeric, ASCII alphanumeric, and credit card, and so forth, right? A lot of different validations you can use for your tables. So the default configuration for the validation methods is starting with the name of the column you want to validate. So this method, for example, could be read as the name has a max length of 255, right? We are going to create a new validation method for the starting table. So I'm going to put the new method here. Obviously, we need to import this class. And this validation method is a custom validation method that allows you to first name it whatever you want, and then in the rule option you can pass a function which is a custom validation that will be executed when the starting table column is validated. This function will have a value. The value will be whatever you put in the form, right? Whatever you put in the value you put in the form, actually. And then you have a context, which is going to be a number of other details that you can use for validating, like the rest of the form and some other data. So in this case, what we are going to try and do is to fetch the table with that value and capture an exception, because if the table does not exist, we will get an exception, and this exception means that the table is not found, right? The only change we need to add to this code to make it work is to ensure that the fetch table is available. Fetch table is a very useful method. We're going to use it quite a lot today. That comes from the locator aware trait. Use locator, right? So if you use this trait, you will have a number of methods available in that class. One of the methods available is fetch table. Good, so now we have some validation to this column. So if we try to add here a new report, and we name it test and bananas, it could not be saved because we don't have a bananas table, right? If we change it and use projects, then all good, because we have a projects table. Good, so that's a minimum validation we created for the report, right? To be sure that the table exists. So the next thing we're going to do is going to be matching with the first portion of the report builder, which is navigating and selecting associations so we can contain those associations into the report later on. To do that, we are going to use a little bit of JavaScript, and we're going to pull the associations and render the associations in a it's not a tree, it's similar to a tree structure, right? Because we're not going to use specifically tree controls, but it will look like a tree, right? I'm trying not to use a lot of HTML and JavaScript in the workshop, but that's the reason that everything is going to look so ugly. And also, I'm not a full stack developer. I'm not pretending to be, so I'm sorry. Good, so for navigating the associations, the first thing we need to do is to actually on save redirect to a new action that does not exist yet, right? Which is the one where we are going to create. So I'm going to go to the reports save controller, reports controller, save method, sorry, add method, of course. And after adding, instead of redirecting to the index, I'm going to redirect to edit associations, which is going to be a new method in the reports controller that we are going to create right now. I'm also going to pass the report ID, right, as a parameter. So, good. We are then going to add this new method, edit associations, that is going to be in the reports controller. I'm going to use this one here and this one here. And let me explain what happens. So the reports controller, around the end of it, I'm going to create two actions. First action is going to be edit associations, which is going to accept an ID as an integer. Remember, from latest versions in CakePHP, you can actually type the arguments for an action, and CakePHP will convert that parameter automatically or fail if the parameter is not matching whatever you want to pass. In this case, I want an integer, so if I pass bananas again, it will fail because it is not an integer or cannot be converted into an integer. And then the second parameter is going to be optional, and it's going to be the association itself. We are going to store associations because associations can be nested. We're going to store the associations using the dot notation. So if we have a long nested association, it's going to be projects, dot, issues, dot, time entries, dot, whatever, right? So this is going to be a utility function that we are going to use later in our Ajax call. So I'm breaking the function in two, edit associations, which is going to be the get request non-Ajax, and navigate association that we are going to use for Ajax requests. The main difference about these two functions is using or not using the layout. You see here in line 109, view builder enable auto layout is called because in this action we want to use a layout. What is the layout? You see here in the templates, instead of the main application, templates, layout, default. So this is the default layout for all the templates in our CakePHP application. This layout is going to be rendered always, unless you tell Cake you don't want a layout. And one of the ways you can tell him that you don't want to render the layout is using the view builder option that we used before. Let me go there. In this case, we want to enable the layout because we disabled the layout in this other function. So basically, when I call this function that is going to be intended for an Ajax backend rendering function, I don't want a layout. I just want the content, right? And if I call this function, I want a layout. So these all function navigate associations is going to be the same, and it's actually doing the whole work. So it's going to rely on the reports table to provide actually the associations that are that belong to a given table. If you see, when we create a report, the starting table column will hold the name of the table we want to start with. For example, projects, right? So the go-to association is a function that we are going to implement right now that will allow us to navigate from the starting table to any other table that is an association. So we can then build all the tree. And the rest of the function is basically passing variables to the view, the report, the current table, etc. We're passing everything to the template. And then in the case of an Ajax call, we're going to disable the layout, and in the other case, use the layout. So what do we need to do next? Now we have the controller actions. We still have to implement this function to go to an association, right? Which is what we are going to do next. So here in reports table, let me go there to reports table. We need a function to somehow ensure that whatever we're trying to navigate exists as an association. So I call this function goToAssociation. We can pass an initial table, and we can pass an association, and it will return an array, being the array the current table we are in and all the associations it has. So for each level, we will be able to paint all the associations and then click and paint all the associations and then click and paint all the associations again, right? So we can navigate effectively all the associations for a given table. So this function is going to get the current table, then it is going to use the text tokenize, which is a utility coming from the framework to split a string in tokens, right? You can use some other utility or PHP itself, but the text utility class is very, very useful, and I always like to showcase how it works in every workshop because I end up using it a lot. So for me, it's a beautiful utility to use in your projects. If you tokenize the association using the dot separator, you will get an array of all the associations for a given table, right? And for each one of those in the array, you can get the association for that current table and then return all the associations. Okay. So what else is missing? We have missing the template itself, or the templates, right? We have an edit association template that we need to create. So I'm going to get that done. So what would happen right now, right? If you go to the project, let me go there. I'm going to show you how it breaks, right? So if you go to the project and say test projects and save it, now you have a missing template, right? So as you can see, when you have debug enabled, CakePHP is very verbose with the error messages. In this case, it will help you to understand that, yeah, everything is right, but I don't have a default template for this action, so you need to go and create one, right? Actually, you need to create it here, which is what we are going to do, right? So if you go there, you can then go to the project and create this new file, which is going to be under report builder, templates, edit associations. New file. Good. So the edit associations is going to do something similar we did for the action. It's going to do three things, right? First, it is going to, well, two things. Some H1 tag, and we're going to include the navigate associations element. So an element in CakePHP is an include, and it is very useful for composing on templating. So this element is actually doing the hard work on rendering the association contents. We're going to use it both from here and from the internal template that we are going to use in the Ajax call. So also, we want to use a JavaScript file. We are going to name it navigate associations, and we're going to use it in a block named script. What is this block? This block is a way to inject code in other places in your application view layer. In this case, the script block is a default block created in the layout. If you go to the layout, under here in the default layout, you will see there is a fetch line with the name script. This is the way CakePHP uses to declare a block. So in other places of your application, if you do assign or append or prepend, and you put the name of the block script, everything you put there inside is going to be injected into the layout. This is useful for scripts or for meta information or for composing. If you want to extend views, you can create a structure where views extend each other, and then you can flow the data from the last one to the previous one, right? So these are the three things we are doing here, right? We are using an element that we don't have yet, and we are using a script that we don't have yet. So let's create those two things. Actually, I'm going to create the other view, navigate associations, which is just going to render the element. like this, and like this. We need a PHP tag here. Good. And now we need to create a navigate associations element, which is this one. Okay, so if you remember, we generated an array with all the associations for a given table that is stored in the table associations array. So we are actually navigating all the associations, and for each one of the associations, we are going to generate a link. So this link is going to be a navigate link that you can click and do something with JavaScript. So hooking this navigate link will be done using the class navigate that we are generating for each link. And then we are passing a data URL because best practice here is to ensure that all the URLs in your application are generating using the router. So if you have some code in JavaScript, best practice would be to generate the URL, if possible, from the backend using the router, and then passing this URL as a property or a variable to JavaScript to be used. So you don't need to handle those URLs in JavaScript, because then you can use the reverse routing facilities in CakePHP in the case of need in the future. If you need to change a URL, it's going to be propagated to the entire application. So the URL is built using the plugin report builder, controller reports, and action is navigate associations. This action does not exist, okay? But all good. Well, sorry, this action already exists because we created it. It's the second we created, right? So that's going to be the class navigate, and then we're going to put a tag on it. It's going to be a DD with the alias and the navigation link, okay? So how is this going to look like? And I think we're ready to show. I think we are. So if we go to the project and reload edit associations, will be something like this, okay? It works. It doesn't work, right? Because you click and navigate and does nothing yet. But you see we have the association for the test report, and this is all the associations detected based on the associations that you have defined, right? It's not magic, but when you click and navigate, you should see something happening, but not there yet. And what's the reason that is not working, actually? Oh, maybe the JavaScript is not there yet. Possibly that's a problem. Yeah. So yeah, we are missing a file, right? We should be able to see this in the console. Actually, let me show you. Because I want to be able to debug my errors. And let me reload this thing. I didn't add it yet. Oh, that's weird. So let's see. So this is missing, right? Navigate associations.as. I'm going to create the JavaScript file. Okay. And now this is a small chunk of JavaScript, basically linking the click action with the navigate class, detecting that when any link in the page that has the class navigate is clicked. So when that happens, this code is executed. This code is basically fetching a URL from the site and then getting the content of wherever it comes and injecting this content somewhere, right? Actually in a div right before the current element. That's what it does, right? I'm trying not to use any libraries or anything like that, just plain JavaScript, so hopefully it's more understandable or less understandable, but at least it is plain JavaScript. So then if we go back to the page and reload, now we are able to navigate. Basically, if you click on navigate for anything, let me use a more interesting table like issues, for example. So keep in mind you started the reporting projects, right? So you have projects, then you have issues, then issues have time entries, and then you could go to projects again, and then go to issues, and then go to time entries. Obviously, we are not detecting the cycles here, and this is not intended for today, but it should be a good idea to detect any cycles when you're doing that and just disable the button. Another thing we are not doing is making this proper, like disabling the button, the button once it is navigate. We're not doing UI, right? Just we have the right to not do UI today, so it's basically a way to navigate all the associations you have for a given table, members, and so forth, right? You can see what happens under the hood if you go to the network tab in your browser and click and navigate, and then see here in XHR, you see the request that is made to the server, right? The request is going to RB reports, navigate association, parent projects. So CakePHP will get these two things and convert them into the action parameters, input parameters, and then process the action and return this response. You see the response return is actually HTML. So we are doing backend rendering, which is something that you may or may not need to do in your projects, because some other projects will always return JSON or return XML or whatever, but you can always do backend rendering and just use the chunk and put it in your use. There are a couple, for example, Inertia.js is doing a very good wiring with backend rendering and mixing backend and front-end rendering for good interaction. I will take a look at that project if you have some time. And but yeah, today the example was backend rendering via Ajax, so you can just grab whatever HTML and put it there in your view, right? Good. So excellent. We have associations. So what happens now? We can navigate, but we need to save them, right? We want to save associations in our project, so we need some kind of new table, right? I'm going to bake a new migration for it. I'm going to call it add association. And the add association will generate a new table. So add association here, and we're going to create this table, which is going to be RB associations. It's going to have a name. It's going to have a report ID because we belong to a report, and we're going to add a foreign key to the report ID to ensure when the report is deleted, all the associations are also deleted, because they make no sense for us to have them in a database if we don't have a report, right? So this is what we want to run. I'm going to migrate again. We have a new table, and now we want to save the association into the database. I'm going to bake the model for it. Okay, and one thing is we need to fix the association because bake won't do it for us. So if you see, we just baked a new table. So if you go to the table, model, table, associations table, you see the table will incorrectly belong to RB reports. We want to belong to reports, right? So the class name is also fixed to RB reports, and the other thing we need to fix is in the build rules, because the reference table is also RB reports. It should change to reports, because if not, it will fail. Like that. So now in reports controller, we are going to create an action for add an association, which is the next step. We can navigate the associations, but now we want to create a link to add that particular association. After we navigate, we want to add that one. So we are going to use a public add association method into the reports controller, like this, to save it. Reports controller. We're going to create an add association. So if we take a look at the method, add association is going to be a very simple method that is going to fetch the associations table. And then we are going to use the method find or create. This method is useful when you want to prevent duplicates. When you save things into the database, find or create will first check if the row exists, and if the row does not exist, then it will try and save the row. So it will also happen inside of a transaction. So you ensure that you are not inserting duplicates, right? So find or create will try to save an association like this with the report ID and the name of the association you just clicked. If it is not saved, then the result is going to be a failure. If it is saved, then the result is going to be okay, and the message is going to be whatever. Congratulations. And then we are going to set some things to the view and basically force the output to be JSON. This is a way you can use in CakePHP to force the rendering of an action to use the JSON view class. Sometimes you want to create actions that are flexible, that could return HTML or could return XML or could return whatever. Sometimes you just want to return JSON and you want to actually force the action to only be returning JSON. This is a way to do it, using the view builder as the class name and fixing that for JSON. So anything returned in this action is going to be JSON, right? And also we are using the serialize option that is going to ensure that the JSON output will contain these two variables encoded, both the result and the message. So in navigate associations element, we're going to improve this element, adding also an add link, which is the missing part we had before in the edit associations.
Why can the association new? Find or create returns an object.
Find or create actually returns the result of saving this entity.
Do we need the line 130?
130. Yeah, because it could fail. Maybe a validation error or a validation error.
Okay.
It could always fail. So if it fails, you will notice that and return an exception.
Okay.
It could also throw an exception, but then we go and through the error trap and other classes, right? Good. So, and actually, if I'm honest, this is eating my own dog food, because when I see a save operation in any place in the code, when I do a code review, my standard message in code review is, what if not saved? And I shrug, like, So, because validation can happen and maybe it's not saved. So you're counting with something that was not saved and you continue your operation. So.
Do we have a method find to create or fail or something?
Do we? I don't think so.
We should have.
Yeah, why not? Find or create or fail. But if you follow that approach, you need to add or fail to a lot of other things. So no, I think it could make sense in this case, or just here you can throw, right, whatever is needed as well. But
in each case, I should think about if not saved, do something.
right, exactly.
It is 100 places in the project.
Yeah, usually, but because this is a JSON method, do something usually means log the error and reply back a message or return a response with a specific code, like for example 5 or something or whatever, right? 40, in this case 404 maybe, because you're trying to because if the report ID is not there, maybe a 4 type of error because the report is not found. But if the association could not be saved, some other code that reflect that you tried to save and you were expecting a save operation to be okay, but it failed for some reason. The save operation could be failing for some other reasons, right? You don't know what happened there inside, a lock in the database or things, right? So yeah. Good. So we have a method to save. We have now we need to add the link to the navigate associations. So if you go to navigate associations, we will need to add element. Associations element. This guy. I'm going to add a new link here, which is going to be the add link. Couple things to note in this case is the class is different because we're going to hook this class into another JavaScript event, and we're passing the data CSRF, which is needed because we are using the CSRF protection in this application, and if we don't pass it because this is going to be post action, it will fail because it will require the CSRF passed somehow, right? We have this CSRF token always available in the CSRF token in the request get attribute. So it is very easy when you generate a link from the backend to actually pass the CSRF token. Or some other projects do this with a generic approach, and they pass the CSRF token to a JavaScript variable, and then use the JavaScript variable in whatever framework you're using to handle the post or whatever. You need one. It doesn't matter how you pass it. And then this is the URL we're going to use. That, as you can see, the action is going to be add association. We're going to pass a report ID and the association. I think we already have it. So, but we need to change that to echo the new link, which is going to be around here. Like that. So we want to display the add link as well. And then we need a bit of JavaScript also to handle the event in a similar way than we did before with the navigate. So now we need to go to the JavaScript. Here. sorry, and edit there, right? So it's similar approach. Any click we do, if it goes to an add association class type of link, we are going to fetch the URL we pass, but we are going to use a post instead of a get. And we are going to say, hey, this is going to be JSON, and this is going to be the CSRF token, right? So as an output, we are going to alert whatever comes from the backend in JSON. So we go there, we go there, and try. One interesting thing here. If you do this in your environment, maybe you refresh this page, the add button won't work. Good, it didn't work. Why? Because the JavaScript is being cached. So this is very annoying in development, especially when you're showing a demo to a client and you have him in the phone and you update a little thing in JavaScript and then deploy it. So you need to ensure that your assets are well managed, either by using a plugin like Asset Compress or similar ones, or by enabling this option here in the configuration that will help you a lot, that will save you a lot of headaches in app. It will go to your app local, obviously, but so you have the asset here, and you can basically enable timestamp to true, which means CakePHP will take extra time. This is not for production, not for production. CakePHP will use extra time to calculate the last modified time for each asset and then append that as a query string. So basically, if you change the asset, the URL will be different and the browser will never cache, right? So if you change this, you will ensure that every time you refresh, all the assets are going to be fresh. So, you know, we all developers have this tick of Control F5, F5, Shift F5, and do 3-4 things to refresh. This is not needed anymore. So then you can navigate whatever association you want to do, for example, issues and time entries, and you now can add the time entry. You get the result from the backend, and then you can check that effectively the association was saved. So you go to associations. There it is. Okay, so this is the second example using Ajax. In this case, we are returning a JSON, and we are not rendering anything in the backend. We are rendering in the front end. Good. So, other validation for associations added. We can do that. This is very quick to do because we just need to add this code to the associations table. Because we don't want to save an association that does not exist, right? So because we already have the go-to association method available, we can use that method to check when we save an association that the association is valid. Because a hacker could try to inject an invalid association for some reason. We don't want that. Oh, we also need a fetch table here, so we need to use locator aware trait. So if you follow the method, it's going to be similar to the validation method we added. In this case, I'm adding this method to show that sometimes the validation method will hit the database. Why not? Because in this case, we need to check, we need to fetch the table, we need to fetch the current report to check or to have the starting table. So the validation method is actually hitting the database and retrieving data from another table. And you're using those objects to ensure that the go-to validation with the value is correct. If not, then you fail and return false. We will never see this because we are crafting those associations by code. So every time we generate an add link, the association name exists because it's crafted, right? I'm not going to test the other case. Okay, so let me go there. So for the next slide here, what we're going to do is actually select the columns. You remember this huge list of checklists with all the columns that you can check, and select which columns you want to save. We're going to select all these columns and store the columns in the database. So to do that, one way we could think about is how to store the checked columns in the database. We could create another table and call it columns or check columns, right? And every time you check, when you save that record in table, similar what we did for the associations. But that wouldn't be new for the workshop today, so I decided to use a new database type, which is basically we're going to create a comma-separated database type, allowing us to store an array into the database as comma-separated, and then retrieve it from the database as an array. This is going to be done transparently for you by CakePHP once you define the type. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a new database type, which is going to be this one. For database types, you have this reference page in the book. Right? It's talking about a JSON type. Actually, the JSON type is implemented in the core, and we are going to use it today. But you get an idea of how to map a new or an existing type and how to use it from a given table. So once you wire those types and set the column type as the type you just created, CakePHP will use specific methods when you try to save to the database and when you retrieve the data again from the database. We're going to use that approach to create a comma-separated type that we are going to create in the database type, comma-separated. Source, new file. Okay. So we have a comma-separated type, which is extending the base type. You don't need to, but because there is an interface as well. There is a method toPHP. This method is used by the framework when something is coming from the database. So if it is coming from the database, it will pass through this method. Basically, what we are going to do is to explode the comma. So we are actually returning an array or null. That could be array or null, whatever. Then we will have methods for marshalling and for toDatabase and also for toStatement when a statement needs to be generated in the ORM for querying that table. So it's going to be either a null or a string, right? So once you create the type, next thing you need to do is to ensure that the type is defined adding this line in Bootstrap, so CakePHP is aware of the type exists in config Bootstrap. Around the end of the file, you can put, you can map. This actually is whatever name you want to define for it, and then the class name that we just created.
Can we place it in Bootstrap plugin?
Yeah, let's try that. Plugins, config, no, in source, it's here. So my only concern is that when the only concern there would be if the table is loaded or data is coming, this line should be executed before the get schema on the table is executed. That's my only concern of putting it here, but let's try and see what happens. So we're going to use the comma separated, and then the next thing we need to do is basically create a migration to store the comma separated values for the columns. Keep in mind we have two tables. We have the starting table and we have the associations. So we're going to create starting table columns and table columns for the associations. I'm not using the word columns because it is a reserved word for MySQL and it's going to be a pain. So I'm trying to, I would recommend you to not do that. So that's a new migration we need to create. I'm going to bake it. The calls, calls. Those are the two columns we want to create. The type is going to be text in case we want to store a lot of columns, right? Just in case. So I'm going to migrate again. Two columns are created. And now we need to ensure those columns are defined correctly so Cake will honor that new association, that new type, sorry. So first, into the associations entity and report entity, we need to include this into the accessible fields. This is something I usually forget, and it takes a while until I notice. Source, entity, association. So the accessible is a security feature of a framework, preventing or allowing the data to be patched from the user land. So if it is not here, if you try to save it, when you patch the entity, it's not there, so CakePHP will not honor that column or field, and it won't be saved. So you need to remember adding the accessible here and adding the other one here. Starting table columns. There it is. Good. And what? Okay. Starting table columns. And now we need to touch the tables to ensure the type is linked to the column. So we're going to touch the associations table first. Here we need to add a new method. Around here to import this class. So the get schema method in the table provides CakePHP with an entry point to tweak how the schema is going to be retrieved for the given table. if you don't provide a get schema, CakePHP will go and inspect the table, describe the table, get all the columns, and use them. Usually cache them internally, so you don't need to do that on every query. So the get schema also allows you to modify or add types to specific columns, like this one. In this case, we are setting a column type, table columns, as comma separated, which is the type we just defined, right? So from now on, this is going to be the type for this column, and those methods that we created inside of the type will be in effect. The same with the other one, right? In reports table, we have a way to get to reports table. And put the schema in it. It's the same, right? In this case, the column name is different, but same method. So now, in edit associations, we need to generate an action to actually display the associations, display the columns, check on the columns, and click on submit to save, right? But we want to first create a link in edit associations. Around here, right? This time, instead of using the regular URL build or HTML link, I'm using the link from path, which is a way to generate links using a string path like this to create those links. And the string path is like plugin name, controller name, action name. Right? If it is a more compact way of, instead of having an array, you can use this one. And then you can pass an array with parameters you want to pass to it. So what is this doing is basically, after the edit association, we're going to have a continue link here that will go to the columns, right? To select the columns, which is an action that does not exist yet. So we are going to create it. In reports controller, we're going to create the select columns. Okay, so the select columns method will get the report ID as an input parameter or argument. It's going to get the report from the database containing all the associations, and then it is going to, if it is a post, it is going to save the association columns for that given report. Right? I'm dying here because we don't want to continue to the edit filters. We want to see the output of whatever was saved. Okay. DD is for debug and die. Then we go to the reports controller and create a select columns here. Sorry, we just did it. And we are missing the template, right? So we create a new template for select columns that will list all the columns. So create a new file. And I'm going to put all of that. So this select columns template will basically use the all columns from inside the report entity to bring all the associations using name and columns. And then for each one, for each column, it will display a control. This string replace here exists because we don't want to use dots in the form, because using dots in the form control have a specific meaning for an association, and if we use it, CakePHP will understand that we are talking about an association and we are not talking about an association right now. We're talking about a string, right? So this is going to be a checkbox with the column as a label. That's all. So the last piece of magic in this file is how this all columns will work, right? This is actually a method that we need to create that is going to be an entity accessor. The entity accessor is a method you can use as a utility or for data providing or some other usages that is going to be used by CakePHP as if it was a column coming from the database. It is not a column coming from the database, but when you access the entity and you use that method, for example, all columns, this function will be executed. This is useful for data manipulation coming from a database or small utilities like this one to retrieve all the columns, for example. So if you go to the report entity, and create the method, accessors always are protected function underscore get, and then whatever name of the column you want to use. In this case, we have no parameters, and we return an array. So we need the locator aware trait again. Like this, so we have access to the fetch table. And then you see we are fetching the table and getting the schema of the table, and then getting all the columns for that table. So that's all the trick. And then for all the associations, we are using the method that we created to go to the association, and then the same way, we are also retrieving all the columns for the association. So we will have an array with the main table or the starting table, the first element with all the columns, and then all the associations inside of the array with all the columns, so we can display everything in a very ugly way. So this is returning all the columns like that, and I think it is gonna be enough for display. So we can go to here, select column. Oh, associations is not. Oh, we are missing one step because reports needs to define an association to associations. So reports table.
Is there a command to remake a table?
No, no, but you can use git. If you git add, init and add and bake again, and then pull the diffs of whatever happened and store some of what changed.
But if you have already changes, then you have to commit it and then bake.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you don't need to commit. You can add and then compare with the head and stuff. But at some point in the project, you stop baking things, I guess. So you bake the new stuff, but the old stuff you just go and tweak it manually. So we need an association missing here. So these belong reports table. Reports. This is has many, right? Has many. Actually, I don't have that code, but it should be like associations. Then set class name. think that's it. That should do it. Replace strategy. I think there was a strategy replace somewhere. Let me look at the code. So workshop. Source. Table. Reports. Dependent. Okay. So I'm going to pull this one. Okay. So this is the association defined. So now we can retrieve using the contain. And we get all the columns, right? So those are the columns for the projects table. And then if you go down, you get a column for the time entries. So you can then check, whatever is needed. It's not going to be saved because we don't have the action yet, right? But we're going to create the action in a second. So we go there and look for the save association columns. In reports table. Right. So we need to add the new method for save association columns in the reports table. Table. Save association columns. And check columns. So the save association columns will basically check if the column is checked, right? And retrieve the association by name and ensure the check columns is updated for each association, setting the association as dirty. So when you set an association as dirty and you save the main association, you're gonna save also the associated table, right? So if you don't set it to, that's gonna be a problem because you would need to save it manually. So you're gonna save it, and then the check columns is basically checking if the column is checked or not. We're checking it using the collection class. So the objective here is to show you one of the possible uses of the collection class. In this case, we're using the collection class in CakePHP to filter all the values that are 1 and then return the array as a result. So instead of using native PHP functions, we are using the beautiful collection class in CakePHP to do that filter. Okay, very useful. Good, so the last thing we need is to define the getAssociationByName function inside of the report entity, like this. So we go to the report entity and define a new utility function like this. So this utility function you will pass an association name and it will return the association inside of the report associations. So for each one, if the name is the association name, return it. If not, return null, right? Wow. So we have a way now to retrieve the association, assign the array of new columns, and save it to the database. I'm going to try and do it. Actually, I can reload this page and should do it. Okay, so this is, remember we died at this point. This is the saved entity report. You see we have one association and the table columns is like this. If you see the table columns type is an array, is not a string, because that type is the comma separated type, and we defined that the toPHP was returning an array. You can return any object or class in your, actually any object in your application if you want to. So you can define complex types that are saved into the database and then retrieved in your application, right? And you manage those types as an array. It's very convenient. So now, if you click on ID, name, description, for example, and create a twig, daemon, whatever, you see that the starting table columns is going to be this, and the association is going to be that, right? So you will be able to save the columns now. Good, I think maybe it is, do you want a break? It's been 2 hours. I think it's a good place in the slides because now we are going to run the report and add a widget later. So I think it's a good time for a quick break. Amanda? He's not here. Larry? We're gonna do a break, okay? So what about that? 5-10 minutes? Okay.
Yeah, everything's working. There was a couple glitches when we first started, but.
How about you? How do you feel? No blood? No blood?
The timing is good as well. I have extra minutes, which is good. This is how I like it.
You want a coffee?
I saw a little bit right
You want one? No, you have?
here. Yeah, I'll take another one.
Yeah. With milk?
What, today, is it a latte or?
It's a coffee machine. Like it grinds the, like it's.
Will it make a latte or?
Latte is what?
Or what do they call them here?
Blood?
Cafe au lait?
White,
Yeah.
white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no foam.
The big one. I don't need the foam. I just
Then you're good.
two. If they're this size, how big are they?
Okay. Yeah, I will. We can choose the size, so I can fill your cup. It's the coffee machine from the office. So I'll fill your cups.
One with just coffee and the other one the.
All right.
latte.
All right.
Thank you.
That's good. Coffee like as an Americano?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
How many coffee cups do you drink?
I didn't bring any of my coffee cups with me. I should have brought one.
Yeah, but how many do you drink like this in one day? How many in one day?
Yeah, how many can I drink in a day? I don't keep track of how much caffeine I drink. I just stop at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and that at least gives enough time for it to get out of my body. At least that's what I think. I don't know if it does or not.
Did you hear me? All three marks are officially here.
Yeah.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Was that Jorge or Sabat?
Not yet.
No,
Who sent that message?
his name is Dave. I don't know, just one of the speakers that got picked. We don't know him. I fixed it. Michi was gonna go last. He's just gonna go first because that guy was first, and we'll just do the cake early.
Okay.
Did you see?
No, I haven't.
A guy from the U.S., a speaker,
Okay.
got all the way here, said that he was stressed, got back on a plane, and he's going home.
Really?
Mental health.
Oh my goodness.
I
He could just attend and don't do the.
think I want to do that sometime.
But-
No.
I'm serious. There's
See,
times
this
where I
is-
feel like.
Well, yeah, you have to prioritize that. If you
Yeah.
really, you can't, But my concern is this is why we reimburse after. If he doesn't come, we don't reimburse.
Right.
I think he's not gonna ask for it.
If he sends it in, we'll be like, whoa, wait a second. Like, we can't, he's got insurance for his flight.
But he took the flight.
I know, and got insurance to get himself out too. I mean, that's how that insurance typically, if we cancel our flight, we get back and everything.
Yeah, but he's not canceling, he's using it.
Oh, I don't know how they
So
would.
if you get on the flight, they're not gonna
yes,
refund you.
I,
I need to
And
go-
who
did
is
they
gonna
make
do
those
that?
signs?
Yeah. And they made us one that we can keep, that just says CakeFest, that we can use every year.
I've got both sides. They say CakePHP, like when we redid the branding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one's theirs, but they made this one. I gotta go, I'm gonna take a picture of all
Is
the,
that one we can keep or?
no,
No,
cause
that's
that,
other.
it's outside.
Okay. That's cool of them.
Yeah,
That's
they've
cool.
done.
I can delete this one.
You want some chips or chips? The chocolate no, didn't say. Waffles.
Yeah, that'd be good. Thank you.
I will.
I'm sorry, I'm like looking at something. There. Good case.
Really?
Do you want the tour? I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
Check, check. Check, check. Hello. No, thank you.
Are you going to get upset if I eat it? You should. She almost hit me when I said
I brought many things. The only thing that I was the tea, and he took it. I was like, really?
What?
I want the tea.
My favorite is the twirl. Twirl, which is only chocolate. It's chocolate with more chocolate inside.
No, I love when there is something crunchy
Uh-huh.
inside. Ooh, like that.
I'm gonna check the others, but we should continue now. So we're coming back. Now, it's better now. Speaker works. Yes. 1, 2. Check, check, check. Anything's off?
that's number 2, right?
Number 2.
Talk into it.
Hello, hello. Hello. 1, 2. Hello, hello.
Wait.
Hello, hello. 1, 2. Better now? It works? Okay. So I wasn't streaming later when I was talking with Jelisa, telling him my favorite chocolate, so internet knows. We're going to continue. So the next step in the workshop today will be to run the report and then to add a widget for filters, right? So if you remember in the first part of the workshop, sorry, the first part of the workshop we created a way to add a new report. When you add a new report, you can select a name for it, test 2, and a starting table, like issues. Then you can navigate and add any associations to the report you want, then continue, check and select the columns you want to use for each one of the associations and save everything into the database. So the next step we're going to follow is to actually run the report and get some data from the database based on the details we have right now on the report. And the next step we're going to do is we're going to create a filter. We are running a bit low on time, so I'm going to ask you for which one of the filters you want to create. I think the best one will be relative dates, but you tell me, right? So next step would be you go to the run the report. We need to create a new link in the reports index to trigger the action. So if you go to the here, first of all, before moving forward, there was a question in YouTube about how can you use an element from inside of the plugin coming from the application. So there is actually no restriction on using the templates, or in this case the elements from inside of a plugin coming from the application. The point is CakePHP has number of places that is defined in the app configuration, and those places is where are the prefixes of all the paths that CakePHP will use to try to find a given template or element. So if it will, for example, if you're inside of a plugin, CakePHP will try to find the element name first inside of the plugin. If it is not found, it will use that array of places to go and find an element with that name. This configuration is something you can override in your own application. Actually, we did that a number of times, for example, in the case of themes. Because if you think, when you use a theme in your application, the theme is the last thing that CakePHP will use to grab a given template. So if you want to override a theme, sometimes it's useful to add another path with another location, like for example a second theme, right? You have, for example, Bootstrap whatever theme, and then for a given client you want to just modify a couple things. So you don't want to fork the entire theme or something. You just create a new plugin with a couple modifications in JavaScript or CSS or whatever, and then you change the order of the paths that CakePHP will use to retrieve the assets, or the templates in this case. That's useful and prevents you to do a lot of manipulation on on the theme itself, right? Good, so if you remember, what we are going to do now is to run the report. So we are going to first add a link to it into the index template. So we go to the reports, index, PHP, not this one. This one. So we will have a run action created as well. So we're going to have a run action that is going to be like this. So when we go to the index of the reports, we're going to have this new link here created. And now we're going to create an action to actually run the report. In reports controller, we're going to create this action, run. And this is going to be around here. So what this run action is going to do is nothing. Basically call the model layer for a run function. This is actually one of the CakePHP best practices, which is thin controllers and fat models. So anything you can do in the model layer, do it in the model layer. Don't do it in the controller. So the report is going to run the run action that we need to create in the reports table. So we go to the reports table. We're going to use these two functions. The first one, run, will get a report as a parameter and will return an array. This array is going to be an array of data. We will talk about this later because we are going to paginate the results, right? Because maybe you have 10 million rows, so you don't want to return 10 million rows in an array, right? So what we are going to do is to fetch the table, the starting table, generate a query for the starting table, and then add all the contain to this query, disable hydration. That means we don't need objects returned. We don't need entities marshaled. We just need an array of data because we are going to show that in the screen. And then we change that into an array. And then the add contain is also an easy function because of the way we built and saved the associations before. For all the associations, we are going to call contain on the association, right? And then we return a query. That's going to be for the table. And then we need a template for the run. So this is what we're going to create.
Sorry.
Yes?
Just in the content association name,
Mm-hmm.
is there a way to easily check that the association still exists here? Because we checked in the form with the validator that the association was existing, but maybe it has been deleted or renamed. So is there a way here?
Of course, yes. You could use actually the same approach as we did for the validation. So if you remember, and you do, if you go here to the validation, we have this function here. We could actually extract this function, right? Or first you could call the whole validation, but it will validate all the things that maybe you don't want, right? So it will be something like protected function association exists, right? And association exists will return a boolean, and depending on this logic, like that, right? And then this is a string, and then here we call right? And then we can reuse that function from here. command, for example, throw an exception, right? Okay.
Does contain method if association doesn't exist?
That's a good question. Possibly throw in an exception. But now we throw the exception we want.
Yeah.
So, okay, so that would add the contain, prepare the query with the contained data. We need to use the run or add the run template, which is going to be around here. Around here. Okay. So this run method is basically going to create a couple styles to collapse the headers of the table, because we're going to display rows with data, and then when you click on the data, it's going to expand the contents. And then this JavaScript is going to do just that, expand all the contents, because we want to display the main table and then below all the associations. And then we're going to use a helper to display the rows. Helpers in CakePHP will allow you to group and define when you have a lot of PHP code in your templates. So this is a proper way to do that, because the report row is going to be a lot of PHP. So we decided to create a helper for that. And creating a helper, you can bake it actually. You can bake helper report helper, and inside of the plugin report builder, and get a new helper skeleton for you, and then update the code in the helper to display a row. Actually, I have all the code, so I'm gonna just replace it right away. So the helper class will be created under view, helper, report helper, and you can create the code to display a row. If you take a look at the code here, basically for the row, we are gonna split into the row data and the row data that is nested. This is associations. And then for each one, for the nested, we are going to do a distinction to display when it is a belongs to data, and if it is not a belongs to data, we are going to call recursively the row function, because we can nest any amount of levels deep. And all the HTML is going to be generated into this nested row HTML variable that we can then display later around here. So this helper is going to generate based on the rows that are coming from the database. Keep in mind, when you pull the data from the database, you will get the main table data and then arrays with all the associations and then more arrays inside. This code here will basically iterate all this structure and generate the output that we are going to present in the screen with the detail of the collapsing on the top. Which means now if we go here and try to run this one, association not found. Association not found. Something happened. In add contain. That validation is not working because the association should be found. Let me check that. First, I'm going to do this and see what happens. So the association is found. So something I did wrong in the validation. So here, let's fix that. So if not, validate association exists. So I'm trying to fetch a table with a value, and the value is the association name. This is not the value we need to use, right? Because on the validation default, this is only for the starting table. Yeah, this is not, we need to use the other function. We have navigate association to first navigate the association and then call this one. So this is not a valid approach to what I did. Validate association exists will be renamed to validate table exists. Right? And then first I need to here I need to go to the association first. So these where is that? In go to association was the name. Go to association. What is the initial table? The initial table will be the report starting table, and the association will be the association. Good. So if you remember, this will return an array with the initial table and the association, and return the current table and the associations. We just need the current table. So we need something like this. For the current table, and validate association will be for the current table. The current table, and it is actually validate table exists. That should work. No. Table exists, type is string, has many given. Ah, okay. Because this is not current table, this is current table, get alias, maybe? Yeah, that works. Okay. So first you need to navigate the association and then get the last one, and then the last one check that it's a valid table, right? But that's the output of the report. You see we are missing the headers that I don't think we will have time today to add, but we are able to navigate all the main table and all the associations below, right? Display can be improved like a lot, but what we are going to do, I think, with the last half an hour we have is to work on the widgets and the filters that I think is more interesting than working with HTML itself. So good, we have a report. We can also add the selected columns to the report. I think that's a quick step we need to do in order to filter properly. I'm going to do it quickly. You see in reports table, run contain. So the run and the add contain need to change. And this is to ensure that we take into consideration the columns that we checked before, right? So when you run the report, we are adding an extra step at select here that will basically use for all the associations and contain the associations, but instead pass a fields value to all the contain, so we can only retrieve the columns we want. The problem with this approach is that if you don't select specific columns, like the foreign key columns in some associations, the query will fail. But that is up to you. If you retrieve projects and issues, and you don't select project ID from the issue, the query will fail, right? No problem. And then the same with the add select for the main table. For the main table, instead of using contain, what we are going to do is that we are going to actually check that the selected columns exist in the table, and if they exist, use them in the select. This is the only thing I would like to comment here is the usage of alias field. Use alias field always if you want, if you can, because it will prevent issues when you're running the query in the future. In the case of the column is duplicated, maybe you're trying to retrieve an ID, and the ID is present in 2 or 3 tables. You will get a database error because of the query being executed, because this column is ambiguous. So using alias field all the time will prevent this type of errors. Good, so now if you run the report again, yep, that's a problem, right? Time entries issue ID is required. So I need to ensure that time entries issue ID. I'm actually going to create a new report. I'm going to say issues 2 issues, and I'm going to add projects to it. So then if I get the issue ID and the project ID and the subject, and then here the project, I'm going to get ID and name. Okay, I got it. So if I go there and run it, now you see we are only retrieving the columns that we selected, the IDs and the description of the issue, right? Good so far. So next thing would be talking about widgets and filters. So we're gonna add a couple filters if we have the time. I think we have time. If you, unless you think otherwise, adding the filter for integers is very simple. I think we need to start with the integers, and then we can, if we have time, we add the relative dates, right? And that, I think, will cover the 20 minutes we have, unless you have any questions, or would you like me to cover anything else, right? But if not, I think we're good on time for that. So I'm gonna, first I'm gonna create a quick migration to store the filters, actually. I'm going to use a JSON type for it. Big migration, add filters. So I'm gonna add the filters to here. If you see, there is a things type for JSON, and also when it's created as JSON, CakePHP will recognize the type as well, so all good. We need to run the migration. Nope. That. Good. And then in reports controller, I need to add a new function for editing the filters and remove the die we left before. So I'm gonna reports controller. I'm gonna add the filter. Right, the edit filters will basically get all the type map for the table, and we will display the type map. So in the form you will see is basically all the columns that the table has, and then the filter will be based on the type of the column. For now, we are going to use only integers, so you only will see integer columns when you're going to filter. So this is, if you post it, we are going to just save all those filters into the filters and save it. Redirect. Okay. So the next thing we need to do is add a template. Oh, sorry. We need to ensure that this is in the accessible field for the report entity to be saved. Like that. And we can then create the edit filters template around here. Edit filters. Okay, so this function has a couple things. First one is we are defining a widget. This widget, what is a widget? A widget is a class in CakePHP that will encapsulate the logic of a control. So you can add specific logic to the widget to control how this control is displayed or actioned inside of the widget class. And then you can reuse the widget, or even better, put that in a plugin and reuse it somewhere else, right? If the widget is generic. So in this case, we are creating a new widget class that we name it as condition integer widget, which is a widget that will show you two things. First, a drop-down with a condition like greater or equal, lower than, whatever, right? And the second input that will, or control that will display, is going to be the value. So you will be able to say, okay, I want to filter by percentage done greater than 50%, right? That's the objective of the condition integer widget. So then what we are going to do in this view is actually create a form, but only show the columns that are integers. And for each column, we're going to use a control named as condition integer. You see here the type of the control will be condition and the type, condition integer, with the idea of create new condition widgets in the future, right? Condition date, condition boolean, condition whatever, right? For now, we just have one of them. So we are going to create that particular widget, which is going to be stored here in this class. Good. So if you see, this widget class is named condition integer widget, extending a basic widget that is the widget that CakePHP provides. It's also using a dependency that we decided to manage from inside of the widget, but you could manage it from outside as well. And we are going to see an example in a bit. In the case you don't want to manage all those widget dependencies internally of your classes, you can also let CakePHP do it for you if you pass that as a string when the widget is created. So what the widget is going to do, this is the code basically. Every time we use form control and use this widget, it will render two things. The first thing is going to be a select with some options. You see the name is going to be the name of the column or the name of the field, and then it will add condition to it and then display the options like this. And the second thing is going to be the value. So we are going to name it as data name value and then whatever data, right? So that's going to be for the widget. And then if we go now to the controller and remove the DD, we have and let it pass through to the edit filters action, we can go back to here and say, I'm going to edit this one, for example. I'm going to add it to test 3 projects. Continue. I don't care. I don't care. Ooh, report builder view. This is wrong. Edit filters. This is in the wrong place, possibly. Condition integer widget. Where are you? Okay. Widget class, invalid argument exception. Integer widget. Is this in the right place? Looks like it. View widget. View widget. Report builder view widget. Yeah, it is here. And this type is condition integer.
Maybe you should place it in source in SSC.
Yeah, you're totally right. This one goes here. That looks better. Thank you. Okay, let's locate it now. So, for example, the ID is an integer, right? So if you see, you have a drop down here, and then you can select the condition. For example, I want IDs greater than 10. And I want default version equals 5 or 4. So when you submit, you should actually, I don't think it is saving it right now, because no, it is saving. Okay, so we should be able to see it here in the RB reports. Yeah, there you are. So you see this filter here. Well, it's not looking good, but you see here the filters are JSON coded into the database right now, and you can see actually the values, right? You have here this one, for example, default version ID value 4, right? And condition equals. So it's getting saved. So the last step we would need to do in the case of this widget or this feature is to actually implement the parser to convert those conditions into the query. So apply to the where part of the query. That is what we are going to do next. So we need to execute the apply filters on the reports table run. Run somewhere around here, right? And now we need a function, apply filters, that will basically read those filters and apply them to the query. This is a very basic, naive implementation. Strategy pattern should be here, etc. But you can see for each filter, we are reading the value and the conditions. And the condition, if there is no condition applied, we ignore that filter. But if there is a condition applied, we apply whatever it is in the filter based on the query builder function matching the condition. In this case, it's a greater than or equal, less than or equal. And you apply all that to the query. So now if you go back to the report and run it, you should see nothing. This one, for example. You see nothing because the conditions are weird. Possibly there is nothing, but you can see the conditions are correctly applied here. Right? So you're actually filtering the data coming from the database for projects with ID greater than 10, we have none, or projects with default version equals 4. Oh, sorry, and equals 4. So this would be for working with the integer filters. The same way we could think about working with dates, which maybe makes a more appealing filter, because we can have this kind of related filters for dates that could be useful. If we do that in the report conditions, I'm going to add a couple more conditions, like this month, last month, and this week, for example. Okay. So we get that. And we need to create a new widget in the right place this time, hopefully. And this widget will be like this. Okay, in this case, the widget is slightly different because we only have one select for it, and the select will use the name. The condition will be one of these, but the values for that condition are going to be defined here, this month, this week, last month, right? Last but not least is to ensure that the widget is added to the edit filters. Edit filters. So we add a new widget. You can add the widgets at an application level as well, if you're going to use it in different templates or etc. Right? You can actually add them, for example, as part of the bootstrapping of your view file. There are some places you could use, but I'm updating all the widgets here, so you have them on site. So this is going to be condition date, and the other change is now we need to also display, obviously, like this. So we are now going to display date field, date types and integer types. If you go and check it, for projects, continue. So now we should see also default version. The project maybe doesn't have any date, only date times. Let me get the issues. Yeah, issue has a due date, which is actually a date, not a date time. So due date. Now you can select if the due date is this month, right? And then applying the filter. If you run the last test, you will see the conditions correctly applied at the end. Like this, right? That's for widgets. So the rest of the contents we have 6 minutes to go. So I think it's enough for today. Because if I get into the simple pagination, I don't know if I will be able to make it. But if you are curious about the rest of the things, they are all here. We have content for some more time. And around here, you have a more complex example of a widget that is going to do autocomplete for associations. So, for example, if you go to here, this is the project in the Workshop 1 feature. Sorry, branch. And let me show you quickly how that looks like. So we can create a new report, and this is test 2. And it's going to be issues, for example. So I'm going to add projects. And it's going to be ID, this and that, and project ID and name, for example. And now if you go to the project, you can see how the autocomplete widget will work. If you follow conventions, the foreign key for the belongs to association will be identified, so you will be able to navigate the parent class or the parent association, in this case projects, and use an autocomplete library in JavaScript to autocomplete automatically, which is something that could be useful for like a generic widget if you want to extend it in the future. And some other goodies that are there inside if you have time for more. I don't. So thank you for your time today. I'm wrapping up. If you have questions, now is the time. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll be around the rest of the event. If you have any question, just reach me out. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Jorge. It was a great workshop. Did you guys all enjoy that? Kept up? Okay, I just want to mention really quickly a few of our other sponsors for CakeFest 2024. We have Technoport for allowing us to use their facility. We are so thankful. SwiftCode's API is a gold sponsor this year, Harbor Compliance, and Mark's Software. We are going to break for lunch. You can group up and we can decide where to go to lunch if we all want to break together. Don't forget, tonight we do have our group event happening at Cafe Saga. We can all go together. It's sponsored by Passbolt, so we hope you will all join us tonight for that group event. But yeah, let's break for lunch, and we'll see you when we're back. Hello. 3. Okay, everybody, welcome back to CakeFest 2024 here in Luxembourg. We have our physical attendees here, and also if you're watching on the stream, just remember that you're able to ask your questions or leave comments either on our YouTube stream, or you can do it in our CakePHP, CakeFest Slack channels. Just really quick, I want to thank our platinum sponsor, Cake Development Corporation, and our diamond sponsor, Passbolt, for making all of this possible. They've put a lot of work into this. We're going to introduce our next workshop, but first we're going to do a couple of giveaways. So we have some of these like super popular elephants here. You can also enter if you are watching the stream, watching virtually, if you hashtag CakeFest or CakePHP today, or throughout the entire conference, we're going to be randomly picking winners where you can win one of these. But for today, we're going to give them to our in-person attendees. So each of you should have got a number when you checked in today. So that's kind of how we're going to pull it. If that person's not here yet, then they're out today. So, all right, so our first number, 23. Somebody 23? Not here yet? No? Okay.
I think people are looking for their numbers.
Oh, I'll give you a second then. Well, if 23 shows up, you can come and see me. 13. Actually, I think that's somebody from Passbolt, so I'll save him one because I know who 13 was. No problem. No problem. 21? Okay. Ah? Oh, is that not true? Okay. 13. 28? Oh, did he get 21? Adam, you're 21? Yay, we have a winner. Here, catch. Okay, I'll do one more. Okay. 3? Yes. Yay! Okay. I don't think 31. You're number 1. Okay, thank you guys. We're going to introduce our next workshop. Everybody welcome. You know who he is. I always say he doesn't need an introduction, but I'll be nice and say it. No, number 1, it's Mark. He wasn't going to accept it, but I'm going to make him. But everybody welcome Mark Story.
I'm guessing the mic's on now because it was humming. Yes? No? Yes. Okay. I'm going to be doing a demo talk. All of the code I'm going to be showing is already written and published in this repository. The different branches are the kind of like the different stages of the workshop. So if you ever want to go back and look at the workshop, that's what I'm going to be showing today. Yeah. Okay. All right, so the first thing I want to talk about is some changes that are coming in migrations. I've been working on migrations a fair bit recently. It currently uses Finks under the hood, and while Finks has served us really well, we've run into a couple like compatibility issues and kind of challenges in maintaining both of these projects. When we want to add new features to Cake, we have to add them to Finks, and then it doesn't always make sense. So what I've done is kind of like extracted a lot of the Finks logic and put it into migrations and kind of made it an opt-in flow. So if you are using migrations in your project, I'd really appreciate if you could kind of update the configuration to have this like migrations backend. And what this will do is switch to the new backend for migrations, to the one that's built into the migrations plugin. And if your migrations don't run, let me know, or open a GitHub issue and we'll get it fixed. Migrations should work without any changes. There are a couple small breaking changes around how you work with queries inside of migrations. So if you're doing like database queries where you're building, querying for state or like inserting new records and not using the ORM helpers, then those things might not work depending on what you're doing. It's impossible to cover all the scenarios, but if there are scenarios that we could fix and could address, I'd like to get that fixed. As for like what changes with migrations, nothing. Your migrations that you've written should continue to run for the time being. If you've imported any of the Finks kind of interfaces or type classes or anything like that, I'm interested in hearing your use cases because some of them have been ported and some of them haven't. So if you're referencing a lot of Finks code in your migrations, please open an issue because I can't read your migrations because they're in your code and I can't see them. And instead of everything breaking in a couple of months when we switch the backend out, it'd be good to get that fixed ahead of time. So yeah, that's my like PSA about migrations, stuff that's coming up, and changes that will happen in the future. So once you like set that config flag, what will happen is, if you're running migrations, I think it'll tell you. Can't even type today. Brain's not working. It will tell you which backend it's using, and then that's another way you can check to see whether you're using Finks or whether you've switched over to the new backend. As for like commands, they all kind of work the same as they used to. I'm going to keep typing it wrong every time. So yeah, migrations run, dumping works, seeds work, all of that kind of stuff should just work out of the box. As for this workshop, I'm using migrations. So we'll just rebuild the whole database from scratch, and we'll talk about what the database is, what's in the database. And I've also, something I like to do is building a seeder to like bootstrap an application so you have some local testing data to work with. I find this is a really helpful pattern for me. I'd use it a lot in my like professional work. So we'll show that as well. But seeds are a good way to kind of get your application kind of started. Okay, so talked about migrations. I wanted the kind of foundation of this, the rest of the workshop is built on top of this idea of like having a multi-tenant application or kind of structure or like data model that you can use across multiple applications. I've built a bunch of like multi-tenant applications and they all kind of have the same shape again and again and again. So I wanted to kind of share that model that I've used many times. And hopefully it helps you in the work you're doing if you ever have to build a system that has multiple tenants with like multiple groups of members. So we can kind of look at the data model first, and then we'll go into how that's all implemented. So I put together this diagram. This is very hard to read on on the side. But it's kind of like an entity relationship diagram. If you haven't used a ton of UML, that's okay. We're going to do a crash course in UML as well. So these are the kind of like your models. You can kind of model out each of the properties in each of these, and then these kind of crow's feet links. Can I zoom it? I don't know. Let's find out. Nope. It just gets smaller. Okay, we'll zoom out, I guess. I don't know. Can we pinch it? Oh, we can do that. There we go. Didn't know we could do that. Okay, so these crow's feet, like here, that's a 1 on one side, and if you're on the other side, this is a many over here. Oh boy, we don't want to do that. And so this is kind of an optional many. It's kind of the idea in UML. And then you have down here, you have whoa. This is like a not optional many, right? So that we can kind of model, we can kind of do our drawing. So we can say like, one organization has many invites, or like one organization has many projects. Projects have many teams. One organization has many teams, like a team can't belong to multiple organizations. Users kind of exist outside of the scope of organizations, or some places they call them workspaces or applications, or like organizations. It's kind of like an account. Sometimes it gets called in some application models. And then, users belong to many organizations through memberships with a specific role. Because where we're going to kind of go with this workshop is kind of building a role-based application and then building permissions with access controls below the organization role. So in addition to an organization role, we're also going to do some like team membership permissions. So you can say like, a user who is on a team and that team is assigned to this project can modify the project, but members who are part of other teams can't modify those projects. And projects it's kind of like a placeholder. It could be any type of subunit of an organization. So the kind of the frame of reference I've had is like within an organization, there's many like areas of responsibility or collections of work that different groups of people work on. And you need to be able to do access controls, like legal team doesn't need access to the documents that the engineering team works on, or engineering can't have access to legal's workspace or information that's stored in there. So it gives you a way to like subdivide resources inside of an application or inside of an organization based on like what teams or roles people have. So it's a fairly like flexible way to kind of model applications, I find. Is this kind of resonating with anyone? Any applications that you folks have built? Yes, no, maybe so, maybe not. All right, we'll go back to the terminal now. Okay, so how that manifests in schema. We start off with building a couple tables, and my cursor's on that screen. Okay, so one thing I've found many applications need is a way to set runtime options, and we'll use this later in the application. So you have options that can sort in the database whether things are visible or not visible. So it's kind of just like a key value store is kind of how this works out. It's like a key value, a key and a value, and then things have types. So you can store integers or floats, and then when you read it out of the database, we could cast it in the future. That hasn't been built as part of the workshop, but it could be built. Next, we need a way to invite members. I like to keep invitations separate from memberships because invitations are not members. And you convert a member, like you convert an invite into a member. So again, invites are scoped by organization. They require an email and then a role that when that person clicks through that invite, they get that role granted to them. And you could have team assignments baked into that as well. And then once an invite's been claimed, we can set which member claimed that invite. And then next there's memberships. So again, they're organization scoped. It's kind of a link between an organization and a user. So it's a way of like inviting people into a workspace or inviting people into a company. They all have roles. This kind of feeds into the permissioning system. Each user can only be part of one organization once. Like you couldn't invite the same person 4 times with 4 different roles. That's confusing and makes no sense in most scenarios that I've worked on. A lot of times you need some sort of flexible key value store for organizations, some sort of config options. You could either make like a really wide table with Boolean columns for everything, or you could just go and just give up and just do a key value store. It really depends on the read and write access patterns of the application. I find the key value store is really useful because you just generally want to read 1 or 2 keys at a time, and then you can build caching on top of that, and you can build nice kind of application interfaces on top of these things. For the purposes of this workshop, I kept organizations really simple, just like a slug and a name. I like having slugs because they are a little bit more friendly for humans to work with. They're not great for computers. Slugs have the drawback of, like, if you rename something, then the slug changes, and then all the links that were referring to the slug are now broken. So if you're building a public-facing API, slugs aren't so great. But if you're building a web browser interface, slugs are very helpful. So we need both IDs and slugs. And then projects is just kind of a container for other things. This is like your subdivision of work or resources inside an organization or a company. And then there's the link tables between like projects and teams. Teams have many members, so there's another link table or join table or junction table, whatever you want to call them. Teams, again, have a slug for using in URLs or for humans to talk about them. And then also a name. There's other things you could add to teams. You could have options. You could have configuration on a per team level. That's all kind of up to you. Users can have multiple emails. Many people have multiple email addresses. This allows you giveaways to kind of have verified emails, all of that. I didn't build that out for the workshop, but it is kind of modeled. And then users, they have email addresses. I like to just use the email address as the username. Having a username separate from an email address gets really confusing for non-technical users. They struggle with the concept of a username not being their email address. They just remember their email address. So I find in newer systems I've been building, I don't have a username column that is distinct from an email column. I just use the email address as the username, because it's just a lot more straightforward for less technical users. And then a password containing the hash, and then whatever attributes you want to have for your user. I put a name and last active timestamp, which we could update as we do logins. It's important to make your username or email field a unique field. Otherwise, terrible things will happen if you have 3 people with the same email address or 3 people with the same username. So just make it unique. And then there's some foreign keys, and that's kind of it. And then the down migration is just a bunch of drop operations. So we don't need to look at that. Okay, and I mentioned using a seed. So I like this approach as a way to generate some sample data. Sometimes it's hard if you're working on a project and you don't know what the data is supposed to look like, or you don't have representative sample data, or you're trying to figure out what the data should look like in order for this application to be useful. And this is a great way, this is a perfect place for seeders to fit into your workflow. So you can generate a user of every role with a known email address. You can just memorize the email addresses so that your day-to-day workflow is kind of easy. You can test what the application looks like as each user role. I like to set all the passwords to be the same because then I only have to remember one password. This also allows you to bypass a lot of the validation that your application might have as well. If you wanted all the passwords to be password for local development, terrible idea in production, a terrible idea in staging environments and all of that, or any production or production adjacent environment. But for local development, the same password for everyone makes it really easy to work with and makes it really easy to kind of understand, versus having to remember the distinct 32-character password for that specific test user. Some people are give me shady eyes. It's okay, I agree. So we'll make some users, we'll make an organization. Coming up with names for things is challenging. You can either, if you have some set names you want to use, you can do that. Another great library to use is Faker. Faker will just generate random string values and generate random text and random numbers and all of that. So I find that's really helpful for just generating some sample data. You can put length constraints on things. So Faker's good like that. And then we can just generate a little bit of sample data that doesn't change automatically. You can use loops. Everything you would want to do in your application, you can just build with fakers or with seeds. And you can link seeds together if you need to, or have multiple ones for different types of local testing environments. So yeah, that's kind of what seeds do. So now we have a basic some sample data set up, so we can run a server. And we should be able to look at the application. I logged in earlier today, so we'll see if the session still works. Nah. That's okay. We're also using URLs that don't exist yet. So I was looking at okay, neat. So it directed us to the first user, which is now called Garrett Whitting, because it's random data. And we have like one organization, and then we can look at some members and projects and all of that. So yeah, that's kind of where we ended up. So we'll go back to terminal, and we can look at some of the code. 1 second, just got to get my notes. Okay, I also set up this application to have the authentication and authorization plugins, because we're going to be doing a lot of that. So we can look at how that's all wired up too. So we look at the application. It's a fairly standard kind of setup for authentication. I sometimes feel bad that this is standard. I feel like this could be made a lot simpler. But yeah, if you have ideas on how we could make this simpler, I'd love to work with you on that. Yeah, so standard kind of setup, authorization, authentication plugins. If we want to look at the users kind of setup, the login method is kind of straightforward. We skip authorization, which is a really important thing. If you don't do this, the authorization plugin will be like, you didn't do any permission checks. I'm going to get angry at you. You also need to disable authentication requirements. So you need to kind of turn off authentication so that the login view doesn't require authentication to look at the login page, because how can you log in how can you be logged in if you're trying to look at the login page? So yeah, we kind of require that. And then logout is, again, fairly typical. And then looking at some basic policies. So if we look at an organization's controller, let's just say, I've set up authentication, or sorry, set up authorization. Oh, you see the wrong screen. All right. There we go. Sorry about that. I have that terminal there is connected to a terminal on my screen, because I don't see what you see. So I can see my notes, because I didn't want to show my notes. Magic of being a terminal editor. You can just link your terminals together. Okay, so all of the every controller action has a scope applied or has a policy check. If you've worked with authorization before, this will seem really straightforward. But if you haven't worked with authorization before, the idea is you want to apply authorization checks after, kind of separately from the rest of your application logic. Like you load a record off the database and then check, is the person who's doing this request allowed to look at this record? And if we're doing like a list view, we just want to filter that down, because doing a check on every single row, if you're scanning a database, you don't want to fetch every row to the database and then check them one at a time, because you could check millions of records before you get to one that's relevant. So when we're doing like aggregate or list views, we want to do the permission checks to the query. So that's why you see apply scope versus authorize. So authorize does it for a single record, and apply scope does it for a collection, or a query that will turn into a collection. And if we're going to look at how those policies get implemented, when we do a scoped query, so this is a policy that applies to a query, we're just going to add conditions in. So if our authentication or our authorization checks can be expressed as a SQL, then we can just turn them into SQL. If they can't, it gets a lot harder. So I would recommend, if possible, always try and make your access controls something you could write as SQL, because then you can do it on a list, you can do it on an individual record, at least for the list operations. You want list operations to be done in SQL, otherwise you have to fetch a lot more data out of the database and then filter it in memory, which gets hideously expensive in big applications. Okay, and then on kind of on the record level, what I've done so far is just kind of made sure that the person who's making the request is currently a member of the organization that is being changed. That's kind of the simple. We'll evolve this as we go through the workshop. But this is kind of the simplest kind of permission checks you could have. There's this like user member organization IDs, which we'll look at next, and we just make sure that the current organization is within that list. And if we were to look at like a project, an individual project, they all say like is org member. But again, it's the same kind of check under the hood. So we're starting off with like really simple membership access, and then we'll evolve it as we go. Okay, if we want to look at the user entity, let's call it member IDs. What? Did I not? Okay. So how do we saw in that that policy we were looking at just now. This is in the wrong window. Okay, so we're using this member or organization IDs. Where does that property come from? It gets defined as an attribute on the entity itself. And so kind of the applications kind of the way I've done a lot of applications, you kind of have to have some state loaded on the user as well. So when we load the user during login, we load all of their memberships as well, just so that we can do access control checks without having to do more database queries. So if there aren't any memberships, then we blow up because something's gone wrong. If not, we can just map it into a list, and then we have all of the organization IDs that a user has. If users go into thousands of organizations, then there's obviously problems. We're going to be loading too much data, but that person has chosen their fate and has chosen poorly. There are some problems in programming where you just say, just don't do that, and I think that's a valid answer. Like, when I have 10,000 orgs, it doesn't work. Okay, don't do that. It'll be fine. One of the other things that I've done in this project is use some enums. I find a lot of applications have enums. They're all over the place. And an enum could be, an enum is just like any type of there's a set number of choices, and you have to pick one of them, or it could be null. And so in the past, we've had to model this as a string, and then you have to have validation rules, and you have to is it one of these valid choices, and you have to write all of that code yourself. And it's tedious and not much fun. I think it was mid Cake 4, Cake 3, 4.3 or 4.2 or something like that, maybe it was 4.4. Enum support landed in PHP, and so now we can actually define enums as code. So you can define cases with strings. I like strings. Some people make all their enums numbers. This saves on storage space in the database, but makes your life unpleasant when you have to write ad hoc queries and you have to remember what is role one? I guess it might be owner. And for columns that you use every day, number enums are okay-ish. But if you're not working every single day and you don't, or if you have a lot of enums, I find strings are just a lot easier to work with because you can actually read the queries. You can write SQL by hand and just be and type it out because you remember the concepts, not their mapping to the numbers. So using string enums is just an ergonomic thing for humans. I feel like we should design computer systems to help humans do work versus be optimally efficient, unless they really need to. If you have a table with billions of records, storing a 7-byte character, could add up, but probably is not going to matter unless you have trillions of records, and then you have lots of other problems where an enum is probably not your biggest problem. Okay, so now when we want to use that in the ORM, we have an enum, and then we can use this enum type class from Cake to generate a mapping for that enum, and so there's no real good way for the database reflection to know that this column is an enum. You could use an enum in the schema. My experience has been that this is a terrible choice. Enums in the database are very hard to change because they require you to take table locks, and once your table gets to a certain size, a table lock takes you down. So unless your application's at a state where a minute or two of downtime is acceptable when you want to just add a column or add a type to an enum, don't use enums in the database, just use string columns, and do all the constraints in the application level. That's been my experience. It's just a lot easier. Enum types are a pain in the butt to evolve in any database vendor, Postgres and MySQL for sure. SQLite is easy because it's just a file, but there are very few production scenarios where you can use SQLite, even though it's a really good database. Okay, so that's kind of how we use enums. And once we've mapped this to the column, the ORM is able to do validation for you. So it'll automatically, convert request data. So if you were to send request data with, member, it would pass. But if you sent it with a value that wasn't within the enum, it won't work. And that happens kind of all over the place. And so we'll just do that in a quick little console session. I'm a big fan of using REPLs to do little demos and test things out. I know it's not for everybody, but I like doing it. Table locator. Okay, and then we can do, we can make a new entity. Right, and we can just set the role to let's just set it to wrong. We'll set the user ID to 1. And the organization ID to, 5. We'll do 1 as well. So we've already gotten our validation area, you can see right here. So the ORM was able to look at the enum and then generate validation automatically. So if you're taking data off the wire, off the network, off of a command line input, you get all that validation hooked up for free, so that the ORM will really help you make it so that you don't make mistakes or get invalid data into your application. And so, yeah. So that's on the request level. You can also kind of build, validation rules really simply. So that's all you really need to do to generate a validation rule to get useful feedback for an enum value. All right. And currently we're using kind of catch-all. Whoops. We're using catch-all routes. I'll just show you what I'm talking about. So currently, I have the application set up using just some catch-all routes. But if we're building, if we're going to go down the route of building a multi-tenant application, it'd be nice if I get my mouse over here, it'd be nice if when you're looking at a team, if the org context was kind of inside the URL. Sorry. Just got to run the server again.
How are enums in database saved?
Pardon?
How are enums in database saved?
Yeah, we can look at that. So because I'm doing a workshop and doing a demo, I'm using SQLite because it's a good database. So they just get stored as strings. You could put indexes on them if you're going to do filtering or conditions on these types of string columns. I would definitely put an index on them because eventually you'll start doing table scans and those table scans will get expensive. And so we're just using.
And if the database supports enum type,
I still wouldn't use the enum type. The reason is that changing an enum type requires a locking data description or a DDL statement. So Postgres will lock a table to change a type. MySQL will take an exclusive write on an exclusive lock on the table, which means no concurrent reads and no concurrent writes. So sad times. Yeah.
and the index of this column I have to do myself.
Yeah, so the question is, for the people on stream, is if you're doing an index on this column, you would do that when you define the table in your initial migration. you'd just put an index on the column, and then it will turn into a normal index that you can do conditions on. But again, it all depends on the database you're using. Like for specifically like organization members, all of our queries are going to have an organization ID as a condition, because we always want to look within an organization. So most like MySQL and Postgres will only use one index per table read. So they will, if you have an organization ID, then it'll only use that column. So you'd have to have a composite index of like organization ID and role in order for for MySQL or Postgres to pick that index as the index to use. And the one index per table thing is an interesting constraint because it requires you to make a lot of indexes. So I work on a production system that has a few billion rows in a table, but we have like 12 indexes for all the different permutations of columns that could be used, which makes writes a little bit more expensive because every write has to update all 12 indexes. But without all those indexes, the table doesn't work. So. Okay, so going back to our URLs, if we wanted to look at all the teams, like we're seeing all the teams from a single organization, but if we had multiple organizations, it'd be nice if you could look at just the teams for one org versus the other, and have a quick way to like navigate between those two organizations, right? And so there's a couple ways you could do that. You could have like an organization switcher in the application, and then that switches stuff and stores some state on the client, so you remember like which organization you're looking at. You could blend all of them together, but that's generally not how like multi-tenant applications work. You look at one workspace or organization at a time. So the easiest place to put that state is in the URL. And so that's kind of the next stage of this app's evolution, I think, or at least what I plan to do for the workshop. There are other things you could do first, but I chose this. So if we go and revise our routes, oh, you can only see the browser again. It's okay, I had to switch branches. Okay, so if we look at the revised routes, what I've done is used a couple features of the router to make routing a little bit easier to work with. So the first is using scopes. So scopes have two benefits. One is you don't have to type the same prefix out, dozens or hundreds of times, depending on how many routes you have. The application I work on day to day has 900 routes, and there's a lot of duplication in those routes, which could be solved with scopes. It's not a Cake app, so can't use that, but so scopes help you that way. The other thing that scopes do is they optimize how the router parses incoming requests. So because parts of the routes are static, we can kind of combine, Cake can generate more efficient regexes, because routing at the end of the day is like under the hood, the guts of it is just a bunch of regular expressions. And so the framework can generate better regular expressions if you give it a little bit more context, which is what scopes do. I also have a pull request open for lazily evaluating scopes, but I haven't merged it because I'm afraid of breaking everyone's applications. And so the idea is with that change would have been, this interior closure here, we don't have to run that code until we get to that point that we know we're going to need those URLs, right? Because if you have 600 or 700 URLs, we don't need them all on every request. We only need a few of them. So if we structure our routes into scopes, we could just not run this code. We could do it later, like when we know we're gonna match that route, or when we're gonna match a route that hasn't been already connected. We can just start connecting, evaluating scopes and incrementally running them. Anyways, that's a tangent. The other thing I've done with these routes is give them names, and the reason for that is the array syntax for building a reverse route it works, but it's a lot of typing, and it's not much fun to work with long term. So named routes is one way you can do it. There's another kind of newer thing that's kind of come in, and that's using path parameters. So if I remember correctly, I'm going to try and do this from memory without looking at the docs. This could go very poorly. I think it's router path. There's no tab completion. Dang it. Does this work? Oh. What? Let's see what this does. Oh man. Okay. Okay, we'll do this the hard way. Something I think everyone should be comfortable doing if they aren't already is just looking at what the framework does. So I've forgotten what the code I want to write is, so I'm just going to read the source. And so we're just going to, like your application, the internals of Cake are structured with namespaces. And the namespace you reference will take you directly to the file. And so what I'm looking for is, I think it's called path element. So we're just going to look for, like, yeah, it's called path URL. Okay. So when we have a path URL, we take the string and then the parameters. So we're going to do, right? So we can do that. And so that gives you a really straightforward way to get to a URL based on its kind of canonical name. And if we had a plugin, I don't have a ton of plugins in here, but we'll make one for debug kit. This, no, it's dot. I think it's like requests. Panels. Right, so we can get into plugins like that. You can also do namespaces with slash. Yeah, slash. And vendored plugins with slash as well. So this gives you a kind of a canonical way to refer to routes. You can also generate URLs for with parameters. So we can do org slug here, and we can just say Acme. Right, so that gives us a really kind of expressive way to write routes. And so this path URL is exposed in a bunch of places in the framework. Inside your routing array, you do path, and then you can do organizations view. And then you can do the rest of your parameters kind of in line like that. So that's the kind of a newer feature in routing. And to take this back to what I was originally talking about, named parameters were added before path kind of names came out. And I'm thinking that path names might be a simpler solution than having to cook up all these org names and come up with your own convention. Because what I do a lot of time is just end up with the same kind of, I end up with a convention that kind of closely matches the controller action prefix, which is exactly what the path parameters do as well. So I'm kind of thinking that this, this whole named parameter, or having to explicitly name your routes, maybe should go away. And maybe we could just simplify onto path elements, but I haven't really thought through how all the rest of that's going to work. But I don't know, if you're interested in that, maybe we can talk about it more later. Okay, so yeah, the routes have been changed, and I've taken out the fallbacks. I think that's an important thing to do in an application that you're working on long term, is make sure you delete the fallbacks, because the fallbacks will give you duplicate routes. The fallbacks will also result in URLs you don't want showing up in the application. So once you've got your routes figured out and you've got past the prototyping stage, kind of explicitly name all of your routes and define all of your routes, because it'll keep your application doing the same thing all of the time. The other thing is that named routes and path-based routes are generally more efficient to both match and to parse. So I put together a little command that we can look at for why I think you should be using named routes. So here we are, we're generating 10,000 routes with just with an array list, and we're doing some timing, and then we're doing the same thing with a named parameter. If we do bin cake route. So there is a small difference, and you may think oh, 10,000 routes, that's a lot. Why? Who generates 10,000 URLs? You do. Maybe not all at once, maybe not all in one request, but across all of the requests your application does throughout the day, it will probably generate 10 to thousands, or maybe even hundreds of thousands of URLs. And any savings you can get for free from the framework makes your application just a little bit faster. Maybe it's not a lot faster, but in aggregate, all of those little wins add up. And then someone will add a database query and you'll lose all the performance that you spent all this time carefully optimizing your routes, and someone will add a database query that doesn't have an index and does a table scan, and all your performance is gone. But you tried. We can't always win, but we can keep trying, I think. So yeah, that's kind of my pitch on why you should use named routes and why they're better. And then if we look at the templates, I think that the templates also kind of help illustrate why named routes are a little bit easier to work with. So that's not using a named route. I did use named routes somewhere. Nope, I didn't. Okay, but if we were to rewrite these into named routes, let's do that. Right, and then we can go, where the heck are we? Over here, the server's not running. Missing route. Teams could not path that. Oh, okay. Teams. Oh. We're just looking at the wrong page. So here we've changed that to orgzad. And that URL will work everywhere. Previously it was action was add, so if we were to cut and paste that link into some other view or reuse that view in a different controller, then the link would be wrong or broken. And so a named route is nice because, or like using named routes in your templates is nice because they're portable. And if you make a typo, which no one ever does, right? Pardon? Oh, you're looking at the browser again. Yeah. It's not a perfect system. So if we were to make a typo in our route, if this was a normal kind of route, it would just say, you know, oh, I made a wrong URL, cool. And then your application has a 404 and someone tells you like, oh, you got this broken link. It'd be a lot nicer if the application just like crashed, right? So now when you run tests, or if you are, you know, looking at your application locally as you're making changes and you made a typo in your route, the application now crashes and says like this URL doesn't exist. So I'm a big fan of making applications crash as quickly and as frequently as we can because it helps people find the problems earlier. If you don't know there's a problem, it's hard to fix it. But if the application is just straight up broken, this is way easier to fix than a 404 link that hides in the application for a couple months or a year or a couple days, and then someone says you got a broken link. Or you find it through web server logs or like your error logs. This is a lot easier to find and fix, in my opinion. Okay. All right. And now let's look at kind of improving our permissions for that that application. What did I call it? It was okay. So now we've got the application kind of working to a point where it's got decent routes, it's got some decent queries going on, we've got some permissions, but we want to kind of enforce those role permissions. So what we're going to do is, what I did do is go into each of the policies and then kind of refine how that works so we can get like role-based permissions. Because the question I've heard a bunch of times from folks is like, how do I do role-based permissions with the authorization system? And thankfully, it's pretty straightforward. What I like to do is put a lot of those role checks onto the user entity. The reason for this is all of the code is done in one place, and I don't have to use inheritance, and I don't have to use traits in my policies. They can just be really simple dumb classes that are super easy to unit test because they don't have any inheritance, they don't have any state. They're just really dumb pipes. You put code in, you put objects in, and decisions come out. So that's just a kind of a design idea that I like to follow. So now we can do really simple checks like if you want to add a project, you have to be a member of the organization. If you want to edit a project, you have to either be the owner or be a manager on the project, or you have to be a member of you have to be a member level user, but you have to be on the team that's related to that project, right? So we can build these a lot more complex permissioning systems, and we haven't changed our controller code. If we go and look at our controller, if we look at the projects controller, there's no extra complexity being added there. We're still just calling like project authorize. If we're editing a project, it's still just project authorize. All of the logic that's related to figuring out whether or not a person can modify or can delete a project or any type of resource in our application is all self-contained in the policy, which I think is a really nice benefit. It helps us get those like small controllers or small commands and lets us have a kind of a consistent policy system across the application. The other thing that policies will help with is view level conditions. A lot of times people are building HTML templates. I love server-side rendering, and when I build server-side rendering, I don't want to show links that people can't use. So we can do that. We can do those kinds of checks in our templates as well. And I think I did that in the teams. Didn't get through the whole application, but we did get into teams, I think. Thought I did. Yeah. So here, we can, again, do our permission checks in our templates, and it'll use the policy system, but we haven't had to write a ton of extra code. We can just do our permission checks in situ, like in the template where we need it, and conditionally generate the right HTML. Another thing that I really like to do with authentication and authorization is by default the authentication and the authorization plugins, they don't really know the shape of your user entity, and we don't really want to like put too many requirements on application developers because they're already complicated plugins to get kind of working. But I think they get a lot more powerful if you do a couple kind of small changes. And we'll look at those. Okay. So the first is telling the authorization plugin that you're going to take over the identity decorator. And so it's a word salad that comes from the plugin. And what an identity decorator is the authorization plugin wants an object that it can talk to, that it can ask some questions like, it has a method called can and apply scope, which are the two kind of main hooks for the authorization system. And in order for those functions to work, those methods to work, they have to have an authorization service kind of injected. So the authorization plugin kind of makes this thing called an identity decorator, which wraps around your user object and then gives it those extra methods that are needed for doing authorization checks. But if we don't want to have a decorator, we just want our user entity to be kind of the object of record, we need to kind of overwrite the decorator, but we also need to do some like post-processing and like connecting the authentication system into our user entity. Okay, so that's why we're calling this set authorization. So if we're going to look at the user entity, user, we've had to add a couple things to our user entity. So this is so we can get away from having any decorators, and so that we can have the user object everywhere. And this also lets us do one other nice thing, which is kind of update some type hints on our policy. And we'll look at those in a second. Or we'll do those changes in a minute. So our entity is now implementing the authentication and authorization interfaces. And those get imported up here. And we've been required to build a couple more things. So now we have the users can have a reference to the authorization service. So this is like the current user who's actively doing stuff in the request. We can give them an authorization service so they can do membership checks. And then the other thing we need to do is implement a couple methods. So the first is getIdentifier, which just gets an ID. And then the can and can result. So can is a basic authorization hook method that lets you check whether the current user has access to a can perform an action on a resource. It's kind of abstract. And so it returns a Boolean. There's also can result, which returns a result object, which gives you like a pass or fail, and then allows you to carry some error messages, because sometimes access control checks need to have error messages. So can result is for that. And then there's apply scope, which we saw earlier, which is how we modify queries. And then there's that set authorization method, which is part of the authorization interface. And then lastly, there's this like get original data, which is used by the framework to serialize data into the session. So as your user gets, goes between pages, they need a session, and so we kind of persist that entity when they log in into the session, and then read it out of the session. There's also configuration options to reread it out of the database every time if your user records change frequently, or if you have very dynamic memberships or dynamic data in the session, you can reread the user out of the database on every request as well. And then there's those methods that we used in our policies. So we've kind of lifted that organization member check out of where it used to live and put it into the user class. And I find this is a decent pattern. So then we can do like is a role, so we can use our enums for our roles, and we can make sure that the current user has the correct role on the given organization. And then if we look at is role, it's fairly straightforward. We look at getting the person's membership in that organization. If there's no membership, we fail. And if not, we just check the membership. And the membership is loaded from that same organization members that gets loaded when we fetch a user. And so, so now our policies are nice and simple, and we have up to arbitrary complexity in our policies, and it's all self-contained in one place, which is pretty nice. As for loading the user with all that required data, we do that in our application. And when we connect our identifiers, so identifiers are kind of hooks for the authentication system to be able to look for users, whether they be by password or by token, or you have a separate table full of API tokens you want to match against those. Gives you a lot of flexibility on how you locate, you read credentials out of the request and find the users that match those credentials. And you can have multiple sets of identifiers. You can look in a password, you can look in a token, you can look in a JWT. There's a bunch of things you could stack up together. You can also have this get authentication service do different things based on the routes. So I've heard from folks in the past who are like, oh, I want password authentication in sessions for my web views or for my HTML views, but for the API, I don't want to have cookies. I only want to accept API tokens. And so the solution there is just to use the request and look at the request, and if the route is in a certain prefix or has a certain path segment or is in a certain plugin, just return a different authentication service. You don't have to make this complex, like how do I make all of them work at once? It doesn't have to be that complicated. You can just do something really, really dumb. Not dumb, but like really simple, like if request get param, if the admin, the prefix, can't type today, admin, and then you just return something different. Just do something totally different here and return only API credentials or only accept API tokens. So that's, I feel like that's a decent solution. And then you have totally separate authentication stacks. Another one that comes up is like I have 2 different sources of users, one for like admin users and one for regular access users. I wouldn't recommend going down that path. I would recommend using roles. But if you're already in that situation, this is returning different authentication services is a good way to accommodate both of those if they have different login pages. Hopefully they do. Okay, so going back to finders. So we want to load the user. We want to load all of their memberships so that we can do all of our access control checks pretty easily. So users table. The finder is really, really simple. We're just loading a bunch of additional associations, and then we're just going to identify. Every time we do a request, we're going to reload the user from the database. So we're going to use the session to store the ID and like some of the user data, and then on every request, we're just going to fish that user back out of the database, so that we always have fresh data. You could obviously have a cache in the middle here if you don't want to keep going to the database. There's obviously going to be some tension here between how much data you load on every request about the user and how much of it do you actually need to use, and that's going to be a balancing act. For the application that I've included so far, you kind of need membership to be able to figure out if the person's in the organization, and then you also need their teams to be able to do team level membership, team level permissions, or project level permissions, I mean. So if we're looking at that, is project member, right? Like our type hints don't work, but if we switch these, we can actually do this now, which is quite nice. And now all of our type hints are gonna work really nicely. And if we go back to server, go here, go to a project. Right, so we just went through this code here. So we just went through can edit and we did all of this. We can even put like a little debug in here to show that we're going through that code. That's weird. Oh, derp. Okay. We've hit a different bug. I'm not going to try and solve that right now. But I will fix that later and publish the updates to the repo. Always fun to do live demos. Right, Jorge? Okay. Kind of went over that, did all of that. Right. The last one was in Teams index. Delete that. Right, so we're going to do this. I have to get over here. Neat. That one we'll fix. This one's an easy one to fix. Where are we? Entity, user, line 327. Anyone know how to fix this? No? Where are we? should. This way. We just had to add a to array. Does it exist? Yeah, because team members was a collection. Because I loaded it off the ORM right here. So the all method returns a result set. Yeah. It's probably a little bit grunky or clunky, fishing out more records from the ORM. But it also, there's a balancing act, like load too much data at the beginning, load too much data kind of on demand. There's always a balance to be had there. Yeah, I don't think loading more data from an entity is the end of the world, in my opinion. It's still all the ORM. It kind of works. Works well enough. We could also do this, so we only have to do the array cast once versus every time. Right? That should work as well. Okay. Now we're both looking at the same thing. So the user can edit the team, so that's why we're getting a link. If we just flip this, we can see what the other side looks like. And we don't get the edit links. So I'm logged in as the owner, so I see all the links, but if I were to log out and log back in as a lower role user, then we'd be able to conditionally generate the HTML as needed. Okay, so that's kind of how you can integrate access controls into the application and then evolve your access controls over time. So previously we had kind of wired everything up based on just basic membership access, and then we went in and layered in project and like role based memberships as well. And we didn't have to go and change our templates, we didn't have to go and change our controller logic. We're just able to change the access control part of the application kind of independently of the rest of it, which is one of the strengths of the authorization plugin in my opinion. Yeah, any questions on anything so far, or things you want to see that I haven't shown, or problems you've had setting up authorization? Maybe we can go through. No? Okay. Look at something different then. Okay. Yep, good question. So the question for folks on stream is, when you call authorize, how does it know which policy to use and what action? Yep. So if we're going to look at like the Teams controller. Can I provide my own name? Yeah. Yeah. So where does authorize get the policy from? So when we set up the application, load the file. When we set up the application, we connected a resolver. And so the resolver, there's a lot of like technical jargon in some of these plugins. And so the resolver lets you match resources, because the authorization plugin doesn't really know what you're going to use it with, just that there's going to be a thing, and you're going to want to check permissions on that thing. And permissions are named actions. And so the ORM resolver can map three kinds of things. One is table objects. So if you were to throw a table into a policy class, it would be able to use conventions to figure out what the name of that policy is. And the other kind of object types it can handle are entities. So it can go from the entity to it can reflect on the class name of the entity, and then use that to figure out what the policy for that entity would be. And then same for queries. So you can pass a query in, and then it will be able to resolve the query for that as well. So that's how the plugin finds the policy for the specific entity that you've given, is through the ORM resolver. If there are other things in your application, like you're consuming a web service, and then you convert the JSON response of that web service into like an application object, and you want to do policy checks on that kind of stuff, you'd have to write your own resolver for that. If you want to see what like resolver sounds like a complicated thing. We can just look at what's inside of it. And they're actually generally not that complicated. So policies are expected to build one kind of method, which is get policy, I think is what's, yeah, get policy is kind of the interface method. And so something comes in, some sort of mixed thing comes in, and some sort of mixed thing comes out. What those things are is kind of up to you as the builder of the resolver. And so the ORM one, probably one of the more complicated ones, we look at like whether it's an entity or whether it's a repository or a table or a query. And then each of those kind of have their own kind of separate conventions. So we basically just like reflect on the class, we cook up where we think the policy should be, and then if that class exists, then we win. If it doesn't, we lose, and we throw an exception. And so that's kind of how you can connect the authorization system to kind of anything that exists in your application that isn't just the ORM. If you wanted to do the same kind of policy resolution for web services or for, I don't know, what other kinds of data people have floating around their application? Just web services and the ORM, maybe some Elasticsearch results or, I don't know, another database like ClickHouse or Cassandra, I don't know. Yeah, anything you could read off of the network, you can turn into like an application object, and then you can write a resolver for that. And you can write policies on top of that as well. Okay. As for the action name is just provided as a parameter. So if we're looking at the teams index, we can, if we go over here, we can look at an individual team. Here. Oh yeah, the server's not running. I keep doing that. Let's just leave that server running. Okay, so if we're gonna go back to our code, if we were to change this, we're looking at teams view, and we do an authorize, it's figuring out what view is. If we were to put in like, oh no, what's going to happen is the policy should complain that the oh no action doesn't exist. So yeah, we've explicitly given an action name. Down here, where'd it go? Yeah, right here we put in a custom action name. So if you have a policy method you want to use multiple times because you have like a get state or a post state or a post action, you want to have different policies defined, because there are scenarios where like you can look at the edit form, but you can't submit it. I've seen applications like that. Like you can look at the form, but you're not allowed to push the OK button on it. I don't know. Maybe your application has that, but you could build those flows with policies by just providing specific actions. So yeah, so that gives you a way to like map whatever you want into here to find a policy, and then you can kind of figure out the action based on that. But yeah, the default is all conventions all the time. Because trying to make it as easy as possible. Another thing that's recently, or hasn't shipped yet, but will ship soon, is a better integration for the authentication and authorization plugins in Bake. So if you have the authorization plugin installed, and you generate controllers in the future, it will generate all of the policy hooks by default, which is kind of nice. And if you have the authentication plugin installed, it'll generate a user's controller that works out of the box with the plugin, which is kind of nice. So we're trying to make some quality of life improvements there. And if there are other ones that you find yourself routinely having to do, you should open an issue. And issues don't always have to be bugs; they can be discussions. Yeah, I'll do my best to keep it civil and and be friendly. Okay, so the next branch I wanted to look at is feature flagging. So how many people have deploys that are scary? You've worked on a feature for a bunch of months, you're ready to deploy, you want to release it and deploy it to customers, but you're scared because every time you deploy a new feature, it breaks. And then there's an hour of swear words, or many people are swearing, and it's very tense and scary, and makes you sweat in the palms. I get sweaty palms when I'm really nervous. And so, do folks have that when they're making changes and deploying them? No, Jose's never made a bad deploy in his life. I don't believe that. All right, so in my day-to-day work, this happens a lot. I work at a company called Sentry. We have around 150 employees working on the same code base, and we deploy as many times a day as we can. Sometimes it's 25 times a day, sometimes it's 6, depending on the weather and CI. And the challenge with this is we're deploying not only to one region, we're deploying to 8 regions across the world, and our deploys take like multiple hours because we have to restart 40 to 45,000 Docker containers for us to do a deploy. And so deploys, if you deploy a feature if you roll out a feature with a deployment, it's very scary because it's going to break, and then it's going to keep breaking across the thing, or you're going to have to stop deploys, and everyone's going to be like, "Why are deploys stopped? I need to deploy my change," and you're going to end up being the bad guy for that day, or bad person for that day. So how do we do deploys but make them safe? We deploy the code and we don't run it, because code that doesn't run doesn't break, right? So how do we deploy code where it's off? And the way that many teams do this, and the way that I do this, is through an idea called feature flags. So the idea is you can deploy your application, and then separately you can deploy configuration. That's kind of the first step that you need to be able to do to go down this path, is be able to deploy the code for your application and deploy the configuration for your application separately. So that could be deploying just one file, like your application config file, or just the config file for your feature flags. But you need to be able to deploy configuration separately from the application code. And then we can separate turning things on from deploying new behavior. And so the way that I've done that in this application is there's a separate config file just for feature flags. And so I've stolen some ideas from my work, because I've been working on feature flagging for about a month and a half. And so I was like, well, this would be a cool workshop topic. And so the idea is that features, there's an application has many features that could be in different stages of stability. And then we want to be able to define different audiences that get access to a feature. Because a lot of times in my work, we deploy features to a small subset of customers, maybe just one. Maybe not any customers. Maybe we just turn it on for ourselves and just look at it in production and see if it makes sense. So we can turn it on, we can go and look at customer accounts, make sure, we don't really look at customer accounts, we look at our internal account, make sure that works, make sure it works on some of our demo, internal testing organizations or internal testing accounts. And then once we're happy with that, we can turn it on for everyone that works at the company. We can turn it on for everyone who has an admin or a staff account, right? And then maybe we're talking to customers directly, and they really want this feature and they want to get access to it as early as possible, before it's even finished. So we can turn it on for them, and we can talk to them and be like, it may be broken and janky and might not work, and maybe complete garbage, but we can at least talk to you about it and find out the ways that it is garbage and find out the ways that it is not garbage, and take the things that are garbage and make them into not garbage. But we need to be able to do that without disrupting the rest of customers. So there's this idea of segments, your user base can be split into different groups or different audiences that you want to deploy a feature for. So then we need a way to define those audiences, right? So we have to have some sort of conditions. So we need to be able to build segments of customers and separate them by attribute. And so I've kind of leaned into this idea of maybe we deploy for one customer, and that's an organization or a group of customers. Maybe we do it by email address, right? And then even within that group, we don't want to do it to everybody right away. Maybe we only want to do it to 1%, or maybe only to 10%, or maybe only to 50% of people, right? So we have a way to incrementally expose and deploy a feature without having to do code deploys. We just have to deploy one file, just this one file. So that's our configuration. And so the way I've kind of structured this is a segment contains many conditions, and those many conditions all have to pass for the feature to be granted. But any one segment can pass. So if you don't pass for the internal test, maybe you pass in the VIP group, or maybe there's another group that we define. It can change. So then we have to connect that to our application. So we go into config app, and we load, not that one. And we have to load our config file. So part of our application startup is loading another config file. You could write this config file in a different format, but the PHP code one is quite nice because then you can validate it and check it as syntax. So we load our config, and then we need a way to kind of query this feature and be able to interact with it. So let's look at how it works inside of a controller. So I'm going to use the framework's ability to do dependency injection. So we're just going to give our controller endpoint we're just going to say we want a feature manager given to us. And then what the framework is going to do is just complain that it doesn't exist. So then we've got to tell the framework how to make a feature manager. So we do that in our application controller or application thing, class. Inside of our services hook, we can define a new service that is shared. And the reason we want to use a shared service is that once we get it the first time, each time we get the feature manager again from the DI system or the DI container, we want to have the same feature manager returned each time. So a shared instance in a container, you get the same object every single time. If you don't use add shared, each time you fetch an object from the container, you get a different object, which may be good, may not be good. Depends on the scenario. I wanted the same one, so I made a shared object. So then I have this feature manager, and I provide some inputs to it for how it's going to do stuff. The first argument is going to be a closure, which is going to convert my application data into something that can be used with the feature system, and then we're going to provide all the feature flags that we have in the application as well. Okay, so now we can look at feature manager. And kind of similar to Jorge, I like to put pieces of the application that are related but not directly, maybe they're not the core piece of the application into plugins. I find plugins are a really nice and underused way to organize code. If I had been doing a better job, I would have written tests, and then we could have the tests with the feature manager code. But we'll just look through this code piece by piece. So we're going to take a context manager, or context builder, and some configuration. And I'm using some newer syntax from, I think, PHP 8.2, maybe 8.3, I'm not sure. Maybe it's 8.1, but you can have so many PHP versions, I don't remember what comes out in each one anymore. But if you're on a recent version of PHP 8, you can do this. And what this does is allow you to skip having to define the property, define the parameter, and then assign the parameter to the property. So there's this shortcut called promoted constructor parameters, I think is what it's called. And this lets you just define the object property and the constructor and the assignment all at once. So it's kind of nice. You can also obviously have a normal constructor if you want to modify some of the other parameters that don't just get stuck into properties. You can do that still as well. And you can mix and match promoted constructor parameters with non-promoted constructor parameters. Because a lot of times in PHP, you're just taking a bunch of parameters through the constructor and sticking them into properties. So they just made that a lot easier. Okay. And then our main interface for this feature system is checking if someone has a feature. So features have names, and then they have a collection of data that we're going to use to make decisions. And it could be anything. Most of the time, it's just going to be an organization and a user for us. So the first thing we have to do is get the feature and kind of build it from config data. So we're going to build a feature from config, and then we're going to return it. And then how do we build a feature? I don't know why this isn't letting me do jumps. So when we build it, it's just going to be built of many segments. And segments have many conditions. So here we are here. If a segment has conditions, we build all of those. And when we match a segment, we're going to loop through all the conditions. And if any of the conditions don't match, feature's not given. If the feature does match and the rollout is off, you don't get the feature either. And then we want to do something that you'll eventually want in a feature flag system, which is, as you're doing a rollout, you start at 5% and then go to 10%, right? But the criteria, if you just do a simple dice roll, the people who had it at 5% could lose it because you're just rolling dice, right? Random numbers, if it's less than 5, you get the feature. But you don't want to do dice rolls. You want to do consistent dice rolls. Like you want rigged dice is what you basically want. And we want rigged dice. We want them rigged so that if you were a winner at 5, you're also a winner at 10, and you're a winner at 50, and you're a winner at 60, right? So once you become a winner, you stay a winner. And the way we do that is just with really simple hashing, like really simple dumb hashing. So we take the context data and we make a number. We hash it, we take all of the contents, we put it into JSON, and we stick it into a hash like MD5, and then we turn the results of the MD5 into a number. And then we use that number as an ID, and then we just modulus it, because modulus will tell you whether you're above, if there's a leftover, or if you exactly match. So we just use some really dumb hashing and some really dumb math, and now we have rigged dice. So if you're a winner at 5%, you stay a winner because your number will, the leftover of the modulus operation will continue to be true. So yeah, that's how we do rigged dice rolls for our feature flag system. Okay, and then for conditions, if we look at that config file we had, we have the ability to like define a property, define some sort of operation, and what the value is. And so I built a couple operations. There's like an equal. You can see if something is equal to something else. This could be, an email address is equal to another email address, or a name is equal to another name, or I don't know. The person has opted in to access features before they're finished, like an early adopter flag or something along those lines. And then in addition to that, there's like an in, which is like this attribute from the current user is in this allowed list of values that I want to give access to. And then obviously there's the negations of those as well. So not equal and not in. All right. So then we go kind of back up the stack. So we were at condition, and we go and look at segment. And so a segment will run all the conditions, and conditions will basically just run through their property, their logic, doing returns as they go. If we can't figure out what the operator is, we just return false. And then we go back up to the feature itself. So if we wanted to see if a feature matches the current context, we go through the segments, do all the matching. If it works, we return true. Otherwise, no. And then we're back up to feature manager. And that's it. Now we're back at the end. So now we're back here. If we go back up to our organization controller, we can do a feature flag check. So we kind of, if we're going to adopt feature flags, we have to go through the application and instrument the pieces that have new code or new, logic we're not sure if it's going to work, or maybe it'll break production, or it'll break whatever environment you're deploying to, or maybe you just want to have features enabled per customer, right? A lot of times in enterprise orgs are like you need to do specific customizations for specific customers, right? You could do that with feature flagging instead of having to build specific scenarios, like if the customer is this, give them this feature. You can think about it more abstractly and design the feature as a unit of logic or a unit of capabilities, and then put that behind a feature flag, and then incrementally grant those to customers based on what they've paid for, what they're not paying for. So you can kind of tie this into entitlements and subscription kind of management ideas as well. So then in our controller logic, we can check features. We could also build a view helper for this and be able to do feature checks inside of our templates. Both of those are options. I've just built it as a simple kind of controller layer thing. And then we kind of push a template variable down. And then our organization view, we can just write really simple kind of PHP logic based on our stuff. So if we go back to our browser, and we're looking at the organization. So we don't have the feature right now because remember, we were in our template. It says if you're a VIP, you're VIP. You get some good stuff. And so without having to change any of the application logic, we can go back into our features configuration, and we can change this to match the slug of our current org. Mafalda hand. Scary sounding. So we go down here, and Acme already has access to the feature, so we want to give it to Mafalda hand as well. Right? And currently at 5%, so we'll see if we win the dice roll. We did not win the dice roll. Let's see if we win it at 50. We win it at 50. So now we can go back to our code, and there's maybe a bunch of different customers in here, or maybe you're just targeting all of your user base. You just want to do an incremental rollout. Then we can change this to like 70%, right? And we can go back, and we still are getting the feature. And if we go back down to like 30, feature was bad. We want to turn the rollout off. Feature was not good. It's causing lots of errors. It's putting too much load on the database. It's, I don't know, hurting some other system that we work with. It's maxed at the CPU. I don't know. We can turn the feature off. And now all of the logic that was inside of that feature flag check isn't running anymore. And we're back to being stable. So all we needed to be able to do was be able to deploy this one config file versus deploy the whole application. Maybe your deployment process is fast enough that deploying a config file is the same as deploying the whole code. But in my experience, that is not always the case. And deploying config can often be a lot faster than deploying the whole thing. It's really dry in here. I'm dying. All right. So yeah, so that's kind of the feature flagging idea. If it seems useful to folks, let me know. I can crack it together and turn it into a plugin. Maybe it would be useful for other applications. It's a pretty simple system. Do it, yeah. I built something very similar at Sentry, so I thought it would be an interesting thing to look at. Pardon? It is in Python, yeah. Okay, the next thing I wanted to talk about is JavaScript. So Jorge did some interesting stuff today with JavaScript, and I really like it. I really like the renaissance of server-side rendered HTML. I feel like we've, for many application scenarios, taking our application state, turning it into JSON, pushing it across the wire, putting it into a front-end framework like Vue or React to turn it back into HTML on the client side is really wasteful and a lot of work, and requires you to have like complicated JavaScript libraries and like more complex knowledge about how to like manage client-side state. And there's been in the last couple of years, there's been kind of a revival of like, what if we just rendered HTML on the server? And the JavaScript community has been working at this for about a decade. They've been trying to figure out how to get React server components to work, and they still don't work. And so they've spent about 10 years, millions of dollars and thousands of engineering hours to figure out how to render HTML on the server. And we've been doing that for, I don't know, 30 years in PHP land. We've just been rendering HTML on the server. And it works really well, and it's really fast, and it's really easy. And so Jorge's demo today showed like loading pieces of HTML off the internet, from the network, and putting it into the DOM. What if we didn't have to write any JavaScript? Wouldn't that be nice? And so there's a library that I really like. There's a couple of them. I've picked one. It's probably the most memey of them, but it actually is like not a terrible design in my opinion. And it's called HTMX. And so I wanted to go through that and kind of talk about like where I see front end going for like simple applications. Like if you need multiplayer, collaborative document editing, maybe this isn't such a good, this is not a good paradigm, but if you just need to like render content and incrementally load modal windows or incrementally load content or like delete rows in a table or load new rows into a table or build drop-down menus with like multiple steps in them, I think this pattern can work really well. Okay. And so we'll start off in the layout. Editor, yeah. We should get an editor, that's a good one. Let's look at our layout. I can't type. Actually, should we break? How much time do we have?
You're halfway.
Halfway? Yeah, let's take a break and then we'll come back and we'll talk more about HTMX and server rendered HTML. Okay, we'll take a break and then reconvene in like 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes. I don't know. Okay. I think that was a bit more than 10 minutes, but whatever. It's good enough. All right. So we were talking about HTMX and server-side rendering HTML, and how we can. There's always there's kind of a trade. There's a false trade-off that gets kind of painted in the JavaScript responsive applications thing. Is like, if you want a lot of interactivity, you have to use client-side rendering, and I don't think that's entirely true. I think you can have an interactive, fast-feeling application with server-side rendered HTML. And so I wanted to show how you can go about doing that. Okay, so the first part is including HTMX. I'm using the unpackaged CDN. I would not recommend using third-party CDNs for production applications. There was a recent sad thing that happened. There used to be a third-party CDN called Polyfill. The owners of Polyfill sold it to a private equity company, and that private equity company was like, we could put malware in this would be awesome. And they were able to put malware on hundreds of thousands of websites that were relying on a third-party CDN. So don't use third-party CDNs in production is kind of my, that's all I gotta say about that. But for demos, super good. If we didn't want to use a third party, the way we would go about this is just downloading this script file, putting it in our application, and checking it in with the rest of our application source code. This table is totally wobbly. Okay, the next thing we have to do to get HTMX to work well with Cake is connect the CSRF token, much like how Jorge did it in his kind of talk, was just adding it into the request. And the way HTMX kind of thinks about applications is through a series of extensions. And so the idea with HTMX, and there's other libraries as well, but I'll talk about HTMX because it's specific, and that's what I built a workshop around. The idea with it is that the web is like HTML is based around the idea of hypermedia controls. So you have like links and forms, right? Links let you fetch more content, and forms let you send state back to the server to make changes. And one of the benefits, but forms are kind of clunky, right? Forms are okay, but they're kind of ugly. They're hard to style. They don't always encapsulate everything that you would want to make a change. It's hard to turn everything into a form. You can't nest forms. You can't have forms inside of each other. So what if we could give those abilities of being able to submit data to the server or fetch data from the server to other elements other than buttons and other than links and forms? What if we could make any element be able to do requests to the server? And what if we didn't have to write JavaScript to do all of that? What if we could just do it through some declarative HTML? That's kind of the idea and thinking behind HTMX, or at least the part that I remember and can convey in a quasi-intelligent way. So our CSRF, we have to embed it into the HTML so that we can read it and put it into JavaScript code. And so HTMX thinks of things as extensions, which are like custom HTML, or like packages of custom behavior that we attach to the DOM. And so an extension lets you listen to when it's connected, or listen to when HTMX is going to send a request. And when we do that, we can append a header, which is just reading out the CSRF token. So this is how we can add in the CSRF token to all the requests we're going to make, so that our forms continue to submit, and we continue to not have CSRF vulnerabilities. And then how do we connect that CSRF extension into our HTML? We're just going to use some attributes. So kind of the idea with HTMX is it uses HTML attributes to declare behavior and functionality. So here we're going to connect in the header to do our CSRF token, and any element that's inside of an extension benefits from that extension. Is kind of the way that HTMX kind of models this. Okay. And then inside of this, the kind of the first and most simple solution that we can use HTMX for is incrementally loading the page. So, in many applications, there's some content or UI or Chrome that doesn't change on each page request, and there's the stuff in the middle that does change on every request. And it'd be, much like Ajax in the early 2000s. What if we could only load that center part of that page and just replace that? And that's kind of what we're going to start off with. Okay, and so I've split the layout into two halves. which I find is a useful pattern when working with HTMX. So we have the part of the page that isn't going to change. That's our default layout. So that's going to load once when the page loads. It's going to have all of our script tags, any third-party JavaScript that you have that you should probably work towards not having, because then you cannot have those cookie banners. If you don't have third-party tracking scripts or third-party scripts loaded that use cookies or inspect requests, then you don't need a cookie banner. Cookie banners are annoying, but there are ways to not have them. We just have to work with our friends in marketing departments and say, you can't have those things, because then you have to have a cookie banner. And they're like, but I like marketing. I like ad tech. Nobody does. Okay, but inside of that frame that doesn't change is the frame that does change. So this could include your application sidebar. As you click through links, you want to update the active state in your sidebar, or unfold sub navigation, or update the user's little icon as they change their profile. All of that is stuff that changes as the application updates. And then within that, we have the part where that actually changes the most. And that's where our links are going to come from that are going to load new content, right? And so I've got some external links up in here, and then I've put this HX boost on the body of the main part of the application. And what HX boost does inside of HTMX is it creates boost for all of the links that are inside of that. And a boosted link, what it will do is it'll include some extra headers, and then the server can read those headers and then reply accordingly. And if we want to look at how we interact with those headers on the server, we're going to do this. So before we render, if the request contains a HX boosted header, which is something that HTMX is going to set for us, we can switch the layout to the boost layout, which is going to render the main part of our application and our view content, right? And our flash headers, and all of that's going to work out of the box, all with server-side rendering, and we're just going to fetch that centerpiece. Okay, and now we can look at this in the browser. Just going to make sure I looked at everything. Yeah, we looked at talked about all the important parts. Okay. And so now we've got like a server-side application, but everything is just a little bit faster. It might be hard to see that it's faster, but we can look at the network panel, and we can see the difference in what content is being loaded. So we're going to go to all. So we load the page. There's all the JavaScript gets loaded. There's our HTML. And then when we want to go and look at the view, we haven't done anything to this link. It's just a regular link, no HTMX got attached to that. But if we go into our network, what we should see is a request here, and in our headers, we can see HX boosted. We can see the current URL that was being sent, where this request is coming from. Some applications you want to load different things based on what URL is the sending URL, and that it was a request from HTMX. And then if we look at the response, and we look at the raw version of the HTML, it's just the guts of the application. So we're just getting that gut of HTML. And if we're going back to our template, we put HX boost on the layout, and it's just going to replace the whole body, because the default behavior of boost is it's going to replace the whole body of the sorry, it's going to replace the contents of the boosted element. And so we're just going to keep replacing that content, and it'll eventually update the inside, right? And so we're just going to keep replacing that body class with our boost. And we didn't have to script all of that or write any scripting for that. We just put some HTML properties, and then it all kind of works. And the same is true for forms. If we go into a form, we can look at the network here. We can just type in CakeFest, assign these great team names that Faker made for us, and we'll see that we've sent a request here, and it was a boosted request, and then our response again only contains the body, So we're not refetching JavaScript on every page. We're not refetching CSS on every page. We're just fetching that snippet of HTML, and then HTMX is managing, appending that state into the DOM. So it's kind of similar to a JSON API, right? Like we would normally have to fetch the JSON, put it into, I'm going to use React as an example. It may be many things, but you'd have to put all of that JSON into React. React would have to run, figure out, oh, the DOM has changed. I should run a million JavaScript functions to figure out what DOM has changed. But we can do that on the server as well. And for many simple applications, or admin portals, or anything like that, like simple content management systems, you can get the interactivity and the quick workflow without having to take on all that JavaScript pain. Not pain, but like, it's more complicated. Like, it's just a lot more to it. Okay, so that's like really simple stuff. We've just replacing the body content, but what if we wanted to build like a more complex UI interaction? Like what if we wanted to build like a modal window, right? Like we're going to delete something, we need to make some changes, we want to show a confirm. If we were in normal server rendered HTML, how would we do a confirm button? We'd have like a JavaScript confirm, which is that like clunky, ugly looking thing. But what if we wanted it to be something a little bit, more integrated with the application? Like we'd want to show like a modal window. So now we need JavaScript again because we got to load a stupid modal window, and we got to put content inside that. So there's more JavaScript. Oh God, we're going to have to write a lot of JavaScript for this. But what if we could fetch the modal window from the server and then put it into the DOM, and then be able to do that, and not have to write any JavaScript? And then, a lot of delete operations, there's like a confirm or cancel. What if we could make that a form, right? That's 2 buttons. 2 buttons is a form. We could make, we could just submit a form, right? If we can think about things like changes to state, and we can make it into a series of forms or a series of things that work kind of like forms, because again, you can't nest forms, but you could nest different HTMX actions and changes. So let's look at building, how we would go about building a delete with a confirm workflow and then like an inline table edit, because those are 2 things that you might reach for client-side rendering to build. Again, I'm not saying that HTMX, I don't want to kind of position it as like HTMX is the only solution. There are many scenarios where you'd want to use HTMX for doing some of the routine kind of pages and like basic CRUD applications, and then you would want to use client-side rendering for charting or for more data-intensive visualizations. I think there's a hybrid approach that that can get to the sweet spot of like, these pages are very interactive and require multiplayer or require WebSockets, and these pages don't. And so we can have a simpler stack on these pages or these views and have more complex stuff there. And then the whole application doesn't have to become a complex JSON data API just because we need it in a couple places. At least that's my theory.
Do you have a page reload if you go to other page?
Pardon?
Do you have a page reload with this JavaScript?
With the JavaScript?
Yeah.
There isn't. I haven't written any JavaScript.
Okay, can you click on the view?
Click on the view. Like you want to view source?
Action view?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so we've just requested another block of HTML, which is basically our view and that boost layout.
But if we need, for example, highlight a menu, in which menu you are now,
Mhm.
then you should move menu outside of main template.
Yeah, let's look at like doing a menu highlight. Okay, so we have, which menu do we want to highlight on the sidebar maybe? So we're in like team, what is this? Projects view. That's not a buffer that's open.
This is a browser.
So our sidebar is right here, being rendered on the server. Right.
If anyone has
Classic. So here's our side nav. So if we wanted to put a highlighting on here, we could do like span, style. You shouldn't use style, but we're going to use it today because we're doing a demo and we're just hacking stuff up. Maybe I'm using Tailwind, who knows? This kind of looks like Tailwind, right? I have no strong opinions on Tailwind. I'm just filling the time as I talk and type. Why isn't it red? We put the red on list projects. Huh. What? What is going on? Have I forgotten how to do CSS? Oh, I know why. It's because it's an inline block. It's an inline element. We have to do display inline block. There we go, beautiful. So now if we're on edit project and we go back to list projects and we go to view, like our navigation sidebar can change. So the sidebar will be rendered on the server, but it has to be part of that response that comes back inside that boost layout, right? Because we told the app controller that when we get a request from HTMX, we want to just load the boost layout, right? So we told our application that when HTMX sends a boosted request, we only want to render a smaller layout, which is just the interior of our application. If we have stuff in the top bar that has to change as the application updates state, then you would put that inside your boost layout that gets modified or rendered when HTMX requests are made. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay. If not, we can spend more time on it. Okay. Go here. All right. You guys are not looking at the browser. And I think it was in Teams. I think I built it for Teams. And then there's a table row element now. You've seen the browser. Okay. Okay, so this is the Teams list view. So there's, I put an element for a table row. I'd planned on the table, we'll explain the table row. That's the point. Okay, so now we're going to build a delete button. So if we go back to the browser and we go here, go to Teams. We have a simple table. We have a view, edit, delete. And we're going to click on the delete button, and we're going to get a modal window. And if we look at the network, what we requested is we requested some HTML. And there is some script in here, and we're going to fix that in a minute. But there's a little bit of JavaScript here that I had to write. And the reason we are using something new, which is the dialog element. It's a recent addition to the HTML specs. It works in every browser, but it lets you build dialogs. So I can't click on any of this stuff. I can't click on any of this stuff. I can click inside of here. I can click cancel. But yeah, I can go back to the server and get this piece of HTML and stick it in the page. And it looks like I did all this with client-side rendering, but I didn't. It's all server rendered. You can also style this a little better. I just didn't. And so we're using some new features of HTML, like dialog, to build modal windows, and then we're using a little bit of script. The reason we're using some script is to build this close button, but the close button didn't get rendered because I forgot to write it. Where is it? No, it should be there. Okay, we'll figure that out in a minute. Okay, and if we want to delete sequi, and we'll go OK, and then it will say that it's deleted and not deleted. Okay, so we're going to fix those bugs. But how does that look? How do we load that extra fragment of HTML? And we'll look at that as well. So all we have to do is we're going to build a URL for the confirm flow. And so the way you can think about confirmation dialogues is first we get a confirm dialog, which is a get operation. So we fetch that from the server. We just get a piece of HTML. We stick it in the DOM. and then we'll see what's inside that view in a minute. And how do we get that connected to our HTML? We're going to use a couple more HTMX directives. So the first is like, what URL are you going to fetch? That's hx get, so that's going to do a get request to a specific URL. We're going to pick a target, so you can tell HTMX which element on the page you want to swap. And we told it that we're going to update the body. So you can either do what's called a swap, or you can do an append. And so before the end of the body, we're going to append the content we fetched and stick it in the bottom of the body. And if we go back to our browser, we can see how that works. Okay, so we'll reload the page. Going to click delete. And then down here at the bottom, that's our modal window that got appended to the bottom of the body. Okay. And one of the interesting things is this selector can be any CSS selector. It doesn't have to be body. It could be anything. This requires, I think, some discipline, because you can easily create a rat's nest of selectors. If anything can select anything, you can put yourself in a bad place. So the tool gives you a lot of power, and with that power comes some responsibility that you have to kind of enforce on yourself.
But if the target is non-unique?
If the target is not unique, I don't know what happens. Do we want to find out? Let's find out.
Let's do it.
Let's do some chaos. You guys are seeing the browser or the text. So let's just change this to div. I have no idea what's going to happen. This is probably going to go very poorly. That's neat looking. Oh, it just put it in the first one. That's great. So it looks like it'll find the first one and update the first element that matches, as opposed to every element that matches, which would have been a more hilarious result. But it didn't do that. As for your swaps, you can change you can append to the bottom of the element. You can swap the inside of the element, or you can swap the inside and the containing element, like if you want to replace an element full sail from the server. So those are kind of our swap options. Okay, so there's delete confirm. If we go to our routes, where does delete confirm go? One of the other things I really like about named routes is it solves the problem of where does this go? What is the URL for this thing? Because now we have a distinct name that we can search across the application to find out what is referring to the delete confirm flow. So that's a nice benefit of named routes. So delete confirm is over here on the right. And it's just an action. We're just going to go and get something from the Teams controller. So if we go and look at that Teams controller, delete, and then there's delete confirm. So we're going to fetch the organization, fetch the team. We're going to make sure that the person is allowed to do a delete operation, because if they aren't allowed to do the delete, we shouldn't show them a modal window either. We can just show them an error page. I didn't build error handling. Maybe it's just an empty response that does nothing. You probably shouldn't be showing them a delete button. Going back to like access control checks, like if you don't show the delete button, then they can't click it. They can't get the modal window. But yeah, so we're just going to set some team and organization data to the template. So then we should have a Teams delete confirm. And then inside of here, we're just setting a layout to a modal. We'll look at that next. But we're just making a form, putting out some HTML, and generating some links. So there's a link for cancel, which does modal close. So that's how our cancel button works. And then we have a button to submit the form to do our request. So our modal window is still doing like a get to get some HTML. We're still doing a post to do a delete. Well, actually, it turns into a delete request. So we're still doing like basic forms, good server-side rendered HTML, and we're able to build a little bit more complex like client-side rendering workflow. Okay, so now we're going to look at that modal layout. What's in there? Just a dialog element from HTML. And we have to do this. The reason you have to do this is if you append a modal window into the DOM, it doesn't display by default. You have to turn it on. And the way you turn it on is with scripting. You can also use HTML attributes to open the dialog, but then it doesn't come with the screen behind it. It just opens up in an annoying way. If we want to see what that looks like, we can do that really quick too. And I think it is show equals true. We're going to really test my knowledge of the HTML spec right now. If not, we'll look up the docs for dialog and find out how it works. Okay, so we reload. Yeah, the dialog just didn't show. Didn't even come off the server. I don't see our dialog anywhere. Okay, let's just undo that. I'll just do that. So if we don't show the modal, what will happen is nothing. Did I break it? Styles. Okay. So if we take the show modal off, and it just doesn't show. So I feel like there's some HTML debugging to be done here, because it doesn't really even show up.
Still a div instead of body in your config of the link. Target parent.
Oh, the target, right. Yeah, that's a good thing to check. No, it's body. Yeah, right here's body. Try one more time. Oh, I think that's what it was. I think you're right. It was the div. Okay, so the dialog's here. And we can go and try and put the show attribute on now. And it doesn't show. Is that because... blah, 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 open. Okay. It's open. So we would want to do true if you wanted to have no scripting. We can do this, but I don't think it will, from what I remember of testing it, is it doesn't display properly. Yeah, perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. It's just stuck on the bottom. So I think we need that show modal to get it to float and to get that screen to display. So unfortunately, you need one line of JavaScript or two. But we'll look at how we can fix this and make it a little bit better in a minute. Okay, so that's our confirm window. Let's just make sure we put that back the way it was. What? No, go away. Oh. Reload. And okay, we put that. Oh, we gotta take that open off. Okay, so now we're back to where we were. What if we wanted to rename this team, right? We could open an inline form. This one's not styled very well, but you get the idea. We can throw some A's in there, and then do all of that. So how does all of that work? Let's take a look at that. So we're doing some inline editing. Something that happens a lot in tables. What did we get from the server? We just got a table. We just fetched one table cell with a call span of 4. So we just modified the table directly in place and merged the new state from the server. So that's that new column. So here's the old row. Kind of look at it. We'll look at it incrementally. So we have our row with our 4 columns. When we click edit, we're going to replace that row with a new row that contains a form. Again, going back to nested forms, if you have a form, you can't put forms inside of each other, so you have to use HTMX attributes without a form. And it works fairly similar. The attributes just go in different places and there's no form. But you can still have like a div that contains input elements, and when you submit the div, you can serialize the inputs inside of that div and get them sent to the server. And you don't have to write any JavaScript for that either. But I don't have that demo prepared. Okay, and then when we go back to the server, then we're going to submit, and then we get the table row gets put back in place. And so how that works under the hood is we sent a post request to the server, and then the server replies with a new row, which is the rendered row. And so how we kind of implement that is, if we go back to our tables index, our teams index, inside of here we're rendering a table row for each table row, right? And then if we go to teams controller, and we look at edit, there's an inline edit. So if we look at our routes, go to routes, there's going to be an inline edit in here, teams, and there's our inline edit, and it does both the get and the post. So we can fetch the form and then submit back the form and get the rendered row again. And if we look in templates, team inline edit. Yes. So by default, it's going to render the inline edit because the inline edit template matches the action name. But in the post scenario, we're going to delete the code that we just wrote. We're going to render the inline edit complete template. So we have a different template, whether it's the form successfully submitted or has validation errors or submitted the right way. Right, so we can think of our application as we have these interstitial states as different views that get rendered on the server, and then we fetch them and splice them into the DOM, and then do an action, get a new piece of HTML, splice that into the DOM, which is very similar to the workflow that React has, except you're not fetching JSON, unpacking that JSON into JavaScript objects, pushing them through like thousands of JavaScript functions to be able to figure out like what has changed. On the server, we know what has changed. We modified a row, so here's the new HTML version of that. One of the other things that I find interesting about this kind of approach is you don't have to worry about backwards compatibility with your API, because there is no API. The API is just HTML. And if your CSS, if you're not drastically changing your CSS from deploy to deploy or from release to release, you don't have to worry about maintaining backwards compatibility because it's HTML. You stick it in the DOM and then that's that. Yeah. So that's kind of an interesting byproduct, I guess. I will say though that if you have an application that has both a web view and a JSON data API, I found it very tedious to have those be the same controllers, and I found it a lot easier to create a separate prefix or a plugin for the data API and have them be completely separate. And if you run into like the next kind of statement is like, oh, but then there's all this duplicated code. Yes, there is duplicated code, and the way we solve that is by using the DI container to build services. So we start containing our application logic into services, and then we reuse it in our HTML controllers, which generate your HTML views and your web views, and then you reuse those same services in your data APIs. And then that gives you the code reuse. You don't have duplicate code all over the place, and then your application becomes a little bit easier to maintain, and you have data APIs separate from the HTML stuff. And so when we want to render that table row again, we just reuse that element. So a lot of like this server rendered HTML flows require you to think about your application a lot more in terms of elements and like view fragments and partials and elements that you can compose together into the template, which is kind of how you would have to think about it if you were doing client-side rendering, right? Like you would probably have a component that rendered each table row like a React component. So you have to start thinking about your application more like components, but those components are just fragments of HTML versus JavaScript that you have to download and execute. And then as far as this Ajax layout goes, there's nothing in it. It's just like nothing. It's just a way to get the framework to play along. You could also do the approach that Jorge had, where you disable auto layout, or I think it was disable auto layout. That's another solution. I find doing it in the templates a little bit more straightforward, but there are many ways to peel that banana. All right, so that's kind of how we can approach doing incremental updates without having to write any JavaScript. And so the only JavaScript I've had to write was for that modal window, right? And now we have an inline script tag, which makes it a little bit more complicated if you're in like a CSP restricted environment, or if you just want to have reusable JavaScript components and not have script tags floating all over the application. Thankfully, the browsers have gotten a little bit better in the last few years, and we have a little bit more tooling from the browsers that we can use to make this better. Any questions on this so far? No? Yep.
Does it mean that one component needs to know which parts of the application it needs to update when it's updating itself?
Yeah, so the question is, does a component need to know which parts of the application have to update when it changes? Yes and no. So there's the simple dumb thing is just like fetch, re-render the whole view to be the next state. So you just like download the whole part of the application that changes. The other one is you do like small snippets of HTML, and you have to be a lot more context aware of like what you're changing and where that fits in. And so you end up having to build a lot of like specialized components. I've also found that with building applications through HTMX, you end up building a lot more controller endpoints, like way more. Like every little piece that you would, incremental view change is another controller endpoint that returns a little fragment of HTML. So you end up with a lot more controller endpoints, but they all just do really simple things that return little pieces of HTML versus you have a general purpose data API that returns this humongous piece of JSON that you then have to like parse through and munge, right? And then it avoids the problem of like REST APIs return too much data. So let's use GraphQL, and then you've created another like JavaScript hellscape, in my opinion, of like using GraphQL. Now you have like this really complicated server system that returns JSON. GraphQL is great for certain scenarios, but like you could just return the HTML you want too, and then you don't have to do all of that stuff. So yeah, you either can, like the simple version is just re-render the whole state, or you do pieces that have to be a lot more context aware. There's also a pretty big foot gun in HTMX, which is like anything can update anything. And so you can, if you start using a lot of selectors and like having updates modify selectors higher up in the tree, or like not a common place where you're going to modify data, you can create this like nasty web of selectors and fragments that update that can be really hard to maintain. Because now if you change if you do it by like class names, now you change a CSS class, you've broken the application. And it's not obvious that you've done that because you changed the CSS class and the incremental loads are now broken. So I think you have to be really careful with how you do that, and either use like team process or have a small enough application where you don't create these kinds of scenarios for yourself. But yeah, there's definitely probably a breaking point at which HTMX becomes very difficult to maintain. I haven't hit it because I've just been building like small personal size applications and like small internal tools with it. But if you were to build something the size of Facebook with HTMX, that would probably be really hard. Yeah. But I think that's kind of like picking the right tool for the right job. Like, yeah, maybe the client-side JavaScript also gets really hard to maintain, and then people come up with like patterns like micro front ends, and like, which is again way a lot of complexity that comes in from that kind of pattern. Okay. So the next thing we wanted to look at was fixing that JavaScript. Fixing that janky JavaScript. No. Okay, so now if we go back to our modal layout, there's no JavaScript, and we've done this. We've made our own HTML elements. So it looks like a React component or a Vue component, but it's not. We're not rendering anything on the client. Well, we're rendering a little bit on the client, but we've encapsulated into a custom HTML tag. And browsers have recently started to expose APIs called web components, which allow you to build your own HTML elements. They can have their own logic, they can have their own formatting, they can render their internals, they can modify their internals, they can also climb up the tree and muck around with stuff outside of them. But it is a browser like sanctioned API for creating pieces of application logic that make it easier for you to manage the complexity of JavaScript and not having to worry about CSP issues, like inline script tags are kind of clunky, and so we can do all of that together. Okay, so let's go back up to our layout. And we have included our app script as a module. So that's where we extracted that Ajax header. We've extracted that into a JavaScript module, and we can do you can use imports in JavaScript now. If you put a script tag of type module, you have access to ES6 imports. You can do imports from other files. You can do imports from local files, all without a build tool. So I'm doing all this JavaScript imports with no build tool and no, there's no build. So if you have an HTTP2 compatible web server, it'll pipeline all of these files through a single connection, and it'll be reasonably fast. If you get to dozens or hundreds of components, you might want to look at a build tool to bundle to avoid those network requests. I have a really hard time saying that word. But here we are, we're importing off of the internet, and then we're importing from a local file. And both of those work. We don't have to use Vite, we don't have to use Webpack. We can just use JavaScript. And if we go into our script, JS modal, here we've started to define a modal window. And so we're extending the HTML element, which is how you define a web component. And then web components have to be wired into the DOM. So you have to tell window.customelements about your custom element. So the class name you use for the web component doesn't have to relate to the HTML element name. You could call this class fuzzy zebras if you wanted to. There are a couple restrictions on custom element names. They have to contain one dash, and it can't be at the beginning. So web components have to have a dash somewhere in the name, and it can't be at the beginning. So you always have to think of what the component's name is going to be. I chose to put the dash in the middle. So when web components, when the browser is going to render a web component, what it's going to do is it's going to mount those elements, and then it's going to call connected callback. So we're not using any libraries here. We're not using any polish or veneer or any improvements to the workflow. So the browser gives you connected callback, which is what happens when the element shows up in the DOM, and there is no callback for when the element is removed from the DOM. Well, there is, but I haven't implemented it. There are also callbacks for when attributes change. So if you want to have some client-side scripting that modifies custom element attributes, you can get callbacks on those when those change, and then you can re-render or you can update the DOM accordingly. But for us in our situation, we just need to query what? That's supposed to be an O. We can just query the page. Well, we're going to query inside of our subtree. So inside of a web component, you have access to all of the standard DOM APIs for modifying the page. So we're going to look at the child elements of this component, and we're going to look for a dialog. If there isn't one, we're going to throw an error, and then we're just going to attach some events. And the nice thing about these events is they automatically get cleaned up when the browser rips the element out of the page. So if we were to submit that form, the modal window element will be removed from the DOM, and the browser will automatically detach all of the event listeners, which is a nice thing. That doesn't happen with other frameworks sometimes. Okay, so now if we go back to our browser, and we load this modal window, we can look at our confirm window. We can see that we got that modal window, and in our sources, debugger, we can go in here, we can put breakpoints, and it all just works the way you would want it to. And so we've made some custom HTML. We're able to debug it. We have no build tools. We have no transpilation, none of that stuff. We're just using browser stuff, just browser features, which is pretty nice. So for simple applications, you can build quite a bit with not very much these days. Web components also include functionality like Shadow DOM. I have not used Shadow DOM because there are many problems with it. So Shadow DOM, if you've not heard of it, I'm just speaking Martian to you, is there's the light DOM, which is the DOM you can see in the the browser inspector, and then there's Shadow DOM, which you can also see in the browser inspector, but isn't as easily accessible to other elements on the page. There's some really sharp edges with Shadow DOM, so I haven't been using it yet. The sharp edges include the styling for Shadow DOM has to be in the Shadow DOM. So this makes it really tedious to integrate with external styles. You can't style Shadow DOM with light DOM styles. So it's an entirely different Shadow world. So all the CSS has to be in line with the web component, and that to me was a big deal breaker. And so I was like, nope. Don't want to play with that. I'm just going to do everything in light DOM. And so you can build fairly complex interactions with web components and HTMX if you stay in the light DOM. And kind of linking back to Jorge's tutorial about building components, I've built a couple apps that have custom input elements and custom select boxes. And then I build a form helper widget for those to generate all the light DOM. And then it works just like a regular form input would, but it's a web component, or many web components under the hood. And then you can have them all kind of work together. And of course, you can use a build tool. If you want to use TypeScript for your JavaScript, if you have front-end engineers or full-stack engineers that want to write JavaScript, you can use TypeScript. You can build all your web components with TypeScript. There is also a really great library for building web components. The kind of basic web component APIs are a little bit rough. They're a little bit verbose and wordy, like many DOM APIs are. But this library lit gives you a bunch of JavaScript decorators to make building web components a lot more straightforward, including giving you reactive properties and a render hook that allows you to do client-side templating should you need it. So if you can't get all the way with server-side rendering, you don't have to bring in a heavy JavaScript framework to be able to do some client-side interactions. You can use tools like lit, or you can use web components, just the basic form of web components, and graduate into more complex web components with lit. If you do go down the path of using lit, you will need a build tool to compile the lit components into standard web components. But lit is about 7 kilobytes, and that's still quite a bit of improvement over top of other client-side render frameworks. So yeah. Let's get the editor back up. Yeah, we did all of that. All right. That's kind of the content I had prepared for today. Kind of got to the end. We're a little bit early. I think we're 20 minutes early. But yeah, if there's more questions, I'm happy to answer those now. If you have other things you'd like me to struggle through in a live demo, I'm game. Yeah. If not, we can wrap it up here a little early.
The authentication and authorization plugin is very flexible,
Mm-hmm.
new one, and thus I think it can shoot quite easily in your foot
Mm-hmm.
or get into troubles. And how do you debug these problems?
Yeah, so the question was, how do you debug authentication and authorization plugin problems?
Yes.
Is there like a specific problem you've run into?
Not necessarily. I
Not
guess
necessarily.
So somebody who is new to the whole system.
Ah, that's a hard one. That's challenge.
I think most people will struggle through the basics first setup.
Yeah.
And I think we probably could make it better, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. The initial setup is a pain. I think some of the things we can do on the framework side is we've included this into Bake now. So like if you bake a user's controller and you have the authentication plugin attached, it'll generate the login action for you. But that doesn't address the more complicated part, which is wiring all the services together, adding all of those interfaces. I don't have a good solution for that yet. In theory, what I want to be able to do is have Bake be able to include like code mods. So like you're attaching the authentication plugin to your application. Here's the setup steps or the boilerplate that plugin wants to add into your application. The thing I've run into is like modifying arbitrary code on people's laptops is hard because you have to like, you can't just like parse it. You can't just like naively squirt code into their existing logic. You have to like parse it, understand it, modify it, put it back. The formatting might change. Building tools that modify code that isn't just like replacing a whole file gets complicated very, very quickly. And so that's one of the reasons we don't have code gen for all of that yet. As for like, could we make it easier to set those plugins up? Completely. Yeah. I think I'm maybe the wrong person to identify the problems. But if you have problems getting these things set up and things you find unclear, maybe there's like better APIs we could have for configuring authentication. I think authorization isn't too onerous. Like this seems pretty manageable. Maybe we should like explore like how these would work with containers. Like maybe an improvement would be just like registering the service with the container versus having this like hook method that gets called by middleware. Maybe that would be a better solution. I'm not sure. But I recognize that they are not straightforward to set up, and I don't have a good solution for them just yet. Yeah. As for debugging, what I do is I start commenting code out until it stops giving errors, and then I add code back in. The other thing that I do a lot when I'm debugging problems in framework code, both my own, both in Cake and in other frameworks, is I just step into their code and just hack it up. Like the framework is it's not this like magical castle. It's just PHP code. Like go in, hack it up, figure out what's broken, go through if you get a stack trace, look at what each of those frames is doing. Like hack that all up, put debug statements in. And then once you're done and you figured out the root of your problem, just RMRF your vendor directory and reinstall. I do this all the time in my daily work. Like I work on a Python app. I go into Django. I don't care. I'm gonna hack up Django. It does weird stuff. It doesn't give me the answers I want. It doesn't give me any debugging information. The docs don't cover what I care about. I'm in there. I'm just hacking up Django. I don't care. I'll hack up Cake. I did it today. I went in and like, I don't remember what that router method is. Like, I'll just go in and look at it. And I think you should do the same. Go into the framework, look around, poke at stuff, look under the rocks that are causing pain. And if you don't know where to start, that can be challenging. Going back to like the new person situation. Yeah. Like for authentication, it starts with the middleware. So let's go look. Yeah. This is literally what I would do. I'd go in here and be like, well, I'm not getting a login, so I don't know. Like, what problems do people have with authentication?
I guess understanding the moving parts.
Yeah.
And how they work with each other,
Mm-hmm.
and then understanding how to move them together. So it's not this, I can't say this is the problem. So it's really understanding the whole picture, all the moving parts of the whole picture, and putting them together.
Do you think like better documentation on how the parts are linked together could help?
That's certainly one thing to approach it, and maybe can we add something to debug kit? That maybe some more introspection to the whole authentication authorization state.
Okay. Yeah, we can explore it. Like the community owns both all of the plugins and the framework. So if we can make it easier to work with, I think it's worth talking about. It is all the challenge. The only challenge we face is with backwards compatibility, right? So if we can find out ways to make it better without breaking compatibility, then we can totally do those things. We just have to work together. Yeah, Michi?
So besides the feature flag plugin,
Yeah.
will there also be like an HTMX plugin?
I thought I saw someone had released like a helper for HTMX. I'm resistant to building a plugin for HTMX just because it's supposed to be simple, and I don't think like the main integration was including a script tag and then including 3 lines in the before render for the app controller.
Maybe we can bring back the JS helper into Cake 6.
No. That's a hard pass.
Good old times.
Yeah, so bringing back the JS helper, I don't think that's going to happen. I wrote a big part of the JS helper, and in hindsight, it was a mistake. Mistakes were made. I was trying to do a good thing, and then it did not turn into a good thing. Yeah. One of the joys of working on a framework is like all of your mistakes are public and live for many years.
And they will haunt you.
Yeah, yeah. Good times. Love JS helper. Yeah, I don't know how much you would get from an HTMX helper. Like, you'd still have to define all these parameters, which is just HTML attributes, and I don't know how to make that easier. Yeah. Yeah, Remy?
In your demo, you show like a grid. Like, let's say you have like a more complex state where you're hiding and showing column, having like a sort order. Maybe you're like moving columns like left and right. How would you keep that state? Will you keep it in the URL, or will you like put it somewhere else?
I think it depends on the application. Like, if you want to be able to go back to that view, like you've modified the columns and hide and show rows or hide and show columns. If you need to be able to share that state, you either, how do you do it now? Like, if you do it on the client side, you can't share that state. You have to save it as a view or as like a saved query, and then you can share that, right?
Right now, we don't keep that state. Only we have like very few state, like show this item, or like, and the rest is stored like locally, like in the local storage. You have the session state, but you cannot share it with someone else.
Yeah. Yeah, so that could be a scenario where you want to do all of that client side. And HTMX is just not a good fit for it. If you wanted it to be something that you could bookmark and share, then the URL is where you'd have to put all that state. And then if it's URL driven, then you can server render it, right? And you can bookmark that page. You can go back to the exact same view as you were in before. Yeah. All right. Guess we can wrap up and then go from there. Thank you very much for your time. And for listening to me ramble for a couple hours.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, so that is going to conclude day one of CakeFest. Thank you again to all of our sponsors, Cake DC, Passbolt, Technoport for letting us host here, SwiftCode's API, Harbor Compliance, and Mark Software. Don't forget, if you do want to participate, we are doing a group activity tonight sponsored by Passbolt. We're meeting at Cafe Saga in about an hour, I think, at this point. So everybody is welcome. I hope you will join us. And then if not, we will see you back bright and early tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, I need, when you finish, send me the link by iMessage and I will upload the
It's a big, heavy, strong magnet.